The House will come to order. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 63. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 63, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to public safety, the first engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani, to explain the bill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, members. I feel like this is my inaugural. I haven't been on the floor of the House since last year, so it's good to be here with all of you. And I look forward to our conversation today, and just good to be here. Madam Speaker, I do have an author's amendment. Would it be wise for me to move that now?
There is an amendment to the bill. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend House File number 63, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A34.
Representative Mariani, do you want to explain the base amendment before we proceed to your amendment to the amendment?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The amendment basically makes technical corrections in the bill. It also, quite frankly, in terms of the substance, attempts to bring the bill, and of course I haven't explained the bill yet, but I will, and tell you how we all got here to this point. But we're all pretty bright folks, so we know what's in front of us, but I will go through that. But basically what the amendment then does is to reflect the status at the time in which the amendment was created, that reflects the discussions and agreements or those areas we simply cannot agree with the other body. Specifically, it adjusts totals related to a initially House proposed body camera grant program. It removes the funds from that particular piece. It inserts a petroleum refineries provision that's carried by Representative Franke that was in the House Omnibus bill as it left this body during the regular session. It makes changes to the indigenous building exceptions as requested by the Department of Labor and Industry. These, again, are conversations that we had mutually agreeable with the Senate. It removes a paragraph related to the aiding and abetting felony murder task force. It names the first-degree assault penalties in this bill after Officer Mattson. It deletes the provision requiring courts to make indigency findings in relation to waiving the criminal traffic surcharge. Later, Chair Becker-Finn will explain that in much more detail in terms of the underlying language. There's some technical language related to a bill that Representative Mueller carried relative to criminal sexual conduct, statutory changes following advice from the Department of Public Safety. It inserts policy language related to the alternatives to incarceration policy. This is Representative O'Neill's bill, which was inadvertently left out of the bill. And then it inserts some technical language based on when the bill is signed. We're told that we need this kind of language in order, depending on the speed at which we can move this bill, in order for it to be consistent with the enactment of the provisions therein. So mostly technical, Madam Speaker, and that's the underlying amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend his amendment to House File number 63, the first engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A21-0255.
Representative Mariani.
Speaker, I would so move that amendment to the amendment. And again, it's a technical language that addresses the fiscal year 21 appropriation that's made in this bill to be retroactively effective to June 30th, 2021.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Becker Finn moves to amend the Mariani Amendment to House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A41.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is another purely technical amendment to the amendment, just clarifying some language regarding the Indigenous building waivers portion of the amendment.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying Mariani Amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Frankie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair Mariani, for including our fire safety language in the bill. I rise in support of the Mariani Amendment, and I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Mariani Amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Miller moves to amend House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21-0254.
The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, my amendment is to place into this bill a component from the Department of Corrections that's referred to as the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. And I'll tell you that being part of the conference committee and then being part of the working group, and I do thank all the people that allowed me to really spend time on this bill with them when you didn't have to. So, Madam Speaker, I do appreciate that. Chair Mariani, you have time when you're the lone minority person in there to kind of sit back and listen and dive deep. And I came across this component in the original offer from the House. I have a very good working relationship with Commissioner Schnell and his people. And I called them and had some questions on this because I was kind of intrigued. And I did see one component that was missing that I asked to be added. I'll refer to that in just a couple minutes here. And they were willing to do that. But members, in light of the spirit that I've brought to the table of we need to figure out a way to work together, this portion of the bill is actually a pretty good compromise and really well thought out, and I think a bipartisan effort to come up with a really good idea for the Department of Corrections as we move forward. So I'm just going to touch on a couple points about it, and then I'll kind of wrap up from there. So members, first of all, let me just kind of basically explain what this is. So if you were to have two offenders with the exact same crime, the exact same sentence, and they're in prison, right now, if one of them went through drug rehabilitation, if they took classes, if they did, I don't know, anger management, whatever, and there's not a lot of that, by the way, but if they did that, and the person who didn't, they would still have the exact same process in the sentencing, which is totally understandable, but something that Commissioner Schnell told me really stuck with me. He says this often. He said, listen, these people are going to eventually be back in society. Wouldn't it be better if they are better when they get out as opposed to the same or maybe even worse? And so what this program basically does is it incentivizes, not a lot of time, I'll get to that in a second, but it incentivizes people to get engaged and involved in things that make them better people for when they come out. I think that's a pretty good idea. So there's a couple things that I want to say what this does not do. So first of all, it does not reduce sentences. The person who becomes involved in this program, their sentence is the same. What they are allowed to do is the time behind bars or time outside bars. And there's some technical terms I won't get into for brevity's sake. But there is conditional release if they do everything there. And it's only up to 11% of their sentence. There's been some talk and there's been some hearsay. I think I heard once, if they take a couple classes, their sentence can be reduced in half. It's nothing like that at all. They are still under sentence of what they did. It's just how much time they spend behind bars. Something else that it's not is this really carves out serious victim crimes. So if someone is convicted of rape, murder, sex trafficking, there's a whole list of things that are iterated here. If they committed any of those crimes, they are not qualified to be able to, be part of this program. This is not a get out of jail free card. It's a very rigorous program that they're planning to put together. And if they recommit any sort of offenses or they fail to do things as part of this program, it does not count towards their time out. It's a very rigorous thing. One of the things that was also put out there is that this is just an end around for the Department of Corrections to lessen the population in prisons. Now, anyone that's been around me for the last several years because of my Appleton prison, I've had problems with the way we just kind of peremptorily find ways to reduce for the sake of reducing numbers. And when I was in public safety, I saw a lot of bills that, in my opinion, were doing that. And so I really challenged the commissioner and his people on that. And they said that is not it. They'd even be willing to address that specific issue. This is a way to address the problem that when people get out of prison, are they going to be better people, or are they going to be the same or even worse? So here's a couple things that it has. One of the things that I was excited about and why I came to the table and asked for changes is there's key groups that they are bringing in to put together this programming. And that includes substance abuse groups, victim advocates, law enforcement, many other groups. But one of them that I asked them to bring to the table, I said, where's the faith community in this? And they said, well, we left it out. We didn't think about that. But I asked them if they could include that. So this would be an opportunity for faith communities. Me personally, I believe that if people are going to be changed, they're going to be changed in the heart. They were willing to include that. One of the important things for someone like me, someone like Representative Steve Drazkowski, is what does this cost the state? Now, there is some cost savings because if you have people incarcerated, it costs a lot of money. If they're out, if they're not behind bars, it costs less, and there's some natural cost savings in this. And so there's zero fiscal impact for this program. In fact, what was originally proposed is a certain X amount of dollars actually go back into the general fund. Some of it gets returned into this program. As this bill went through in negotiations in the Senate, there were some concerns about how much of each of those, but that's something that we can work out. But this actually has zero fiscal impact. This will not cost the taxpayers a dollar more. And I think in the long run, I agree with the commissioner when he says that it'll probably save us money in the long run. We have such radical groups supporting this as Americans for Prosperity, the Catholic Conference, Teen Challenge. I am working with some other groups that they will be supporting this as well. So members, in wrapping up, I want to tell you that I agree with the commissioner that fundamentally, do we want people better when they come out than when they went in? And that's something that I can support. This was, if you've had a chance to read the bill, which I'm sure all of you have, there are really good components in here that I think are a compromise that were well thought out for the benefit of people that view this from both sides, and that's why I can support it. But members, I will also say that through negotiations, I do believe in the process, and this was not included in the bill that's being proposed to us today. And I've talked with people. There's some people that want to get on board and work with this more for next year. So we're going to do that. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time, but I am going to withdraw my amendment. Thank you. Forgot that word. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Miller withdraws his amendment. And I neglected to go back to Representative Mariani. After, you all maybe have noticed I'm out of practice. We've had fine speakers pro tem, but Representative Mariani will explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank also Representative Miller for his focus, learning and adjusting to that MRRA provision. Representative Miller played a pretty significant role in our House conferees conversation with the Senate during the regular session. We had long conversations about this reform provision. It really is the future of corrections. and a good future for our state, that on top of that is going to generate important savings for our state. We couldn't book those into the next 4 years, and of course the Senate, unfortunately, for some unknown reason, does not want to run with that. But nonetheless, this is the future of a better corrections system in our state, and there's no need for that to be a partisan issue whatsoever. And so I want to thank you, Representative Miller, for your thoughtfulness and working through the wisdom of that proposal from the Department of Corrections. Members, this bill is a public safety judiciary omnibus finance and policy bill and reflects a large body of agreements with the Senate following passage of our respective omnibus bills during the regular session of a few weeks ago. It funds the operations of our state's Department of Public Safety and its boards, interventions, investigations, commissions. It funds the operation of our state's correction systems, our facilities, our probation services, our rehabilitation efforts, our survivor supports efforts. It funds our emergency response systems, our all-important communications infrastructure in our state, our fire safety systems, and all the various work related to Homeland Security. It funds disaster management coordination efforts across the state. It funds our courts, particularly our public defense and alternatives. And I won't say more than that because my colleague, Chair Becker-Finn, will speak to that. It funds our Peace Officers Licensing Board, our Sentencing Guidelines Commission, our commission that oversees our 911 communication systems, our state fire marshal, and others. This is a really important bill and function of state government. It provides also for policy directions for all of these and shapes how we approach all things related to it, ranging from criminal convictions and sentencing to juvenile interventions, from policing standards to firefighter assistance efforts. This year's bill features reforms, new evidence-based changes to practices, and a wide range of important work: prison and jail safety, criminal sexual conduct statutes, supporting firefighters, as I mentioned, setting up the next stage for our 911 evolution into the ever-expanding digital platform, cybersecurity, new forensics, laboratory work, and a focus on ending the murders and disappearance of American Indian women, a phenomenon and an evil, quite frankly, that has existed on our continent for centuries. All of these provisions are here because this body, because you brought these provisions forward. This body takes no second seat to any other body in this nation, certainly not to the other body in this state, relative to meeting face-to-face with open eyes the opportunities and the challenges that our society faces in terms of addressing social justice and in ensuring the public safety of every Minnesotan. It advances opportunities for future reforms as well. There's a task force for the disparate violence that we know also is being waged against African American women, also a historic legacy that we've inherited going back centuries. There's a task force for exploring changing the aiding and abetting sentences that are frankly out of step with most Western law nations and which unjustly and horribly incarcerates those whose only crime was to be present when someone else used them as they killed others. There's a working group to explore how to redesign county-based probation services to end the disincentives to help people restore and redeem themselves. It's time we stop punishing counties for trying to do the right thing relative to an archaic formula for providing support for probation services. It authorizes and funds alternatives to incarceration that advances humanity. In judiciary, it moves to end oppressive fines and fees and provides fairness for civil asset forfeiture in a focused effort to end our counterproductive practices that trap regular people in cycles of owing the state government fees and thus criminalizing the fact that they may be poor or are living paycheck to paycheck. This bill, members, is comprised of the same bill the full House debated in our chamber for hours and passed into conference with the Senate during our regular session. Except for a few items brought in by the Senate, which they vetted in turn in public hearings, all the provisions in this bill have been publicly vetted in dozens of House Public Safety and Judiciary committee hearings. We formally confereed the underlying bill for over 2 weeks with the Senate, and each and every time, and you should be proud of this as a member of this body, each and every time that the House had the gavel, we held a public hearing, in contrast to what the Senate did. And we arranged for testimonies from literally dozens of citizens on the provisions of our bill, including from the families who lost loved ones to deadly police encounters and negligent behaviors of jail officials. This included the families of George Floyd, of Daunte Wright, and Hardell Sherrell. During that process, the House regularly involved both majority and minority members, not just in public hearings, but also in House conferee meetings to review strategy and explore next steps for negotiating with the Senate. This practice continued through the talks held after the regular session and during the recent talks held in special session. And some members, given the process of negotiating this bill caused by the failure of the Senate to actually engage in negotiations during conference time, note, members, that the House made 5 offers during our conference period, and during that time never received a counteroffer from the other body. But House members don't give up. We don't just throw stones at the other body. We stick at it, and we stick at it, and what you have before you is the fruits of our labor of continuing to do our duty, to meet and come up with a consistent bill with the other body. Members, I've been here for a while. This is one of the most citizen-engaged legislative products involving a broad array of citizens and Minnesotans that I have been involved in. This is a mighty bill, and yet, as meaningful as all these provisions and more are, it also lacks, in my opinion, the necessary weight of accountability to respond to the persistent use of deadly force by licensed police officers that have produced a steady stream of killings of Black and brown people in Minnesota. As we continue to negotiate this bill through, we are steadily addressing that. However, I need to call it out because we got to get this right. It's a massive failure of any body that when amendments are being offered to seek, as the House offered, to address that horrific outcome in our state, that we consistently focus on meeting the core responsibility that we are all called to do to keep the public safe. That's what addressing police accountability is about. It's about keeping the public safe. Our duty as a House is to lay before the other body the needed legislation to meet our core constitutional mandate to provide for the public safety. That simply cannot be done without police accountability, no more than it can be done by underfunding law enforcement operations. So let me be clear. The House approach to meeting that duty involves A, properly funding law enforcement functions, while B, properly holding law enforcement accountable. These are individuals, professionals who are licensed by us, by the state. And C, properly providing resources for community-based interventions and prevention of crime. You want to deal with crime, you got to be able to use lots of tools. For sure, you need the tool of law enforcement, and you also need the tools of intervention and prevention that arise from community action. And frankly, we need to do a lot more than that, addressing the homelessness, the lack of educational opportunities, the discrimination that we know persists in our workforce. But these three core elements are all absolutely needed to keep Minnesota safe as we meet our constitutional duty. All three, funding law enforcement, holding law enforcement accountable to constitutional, civil, and human rights, and funding community efforts. And yet, the Senate bill, when we went to talk to them, proposed to do none of these. Not to even fund law enforcement, no accountability, and no community resources. You should be proud that even with the limitations in this bill, that we moved that body to accept, to date, to accept that core responsibility of hitting all three of those key elements. So we moved them primarily in two of those, but we were pretty limited in moving them on the accountability front, and we're continuing to have that conversation even as we speak right now. Members, I haven't been on this chamber floor, as I said earlier, for quite a while, but I've been here. I was here when we presented the SAFE Act at the beginning of session. I was here when I carried the governor's deficiency request for state patrol, for our law enforcement at the state level. I'm just going to tell you flat out and straight up, because I've heard the rhetoric here, and I hope to God I don't hear this rhetoric again today, because the politicization of public safety is wrong. The politicization of the public safety means danger. We can disagree on how we're going to do things, but to point fingers at one another and claim that one party is anti-law enforcement, that somehow holding peace officers accountable, you know who you hold accountable? I hold my kids accountable. I hold my grandkids accountable. I hold the people I care most and that I expect the most of to be accountable. I certainly hope my 40,000 constituents are constantly holding me accountable. There is nothing wrong. In fact, it is necessary to have, in this case, public safety, to have accountability. And so I hope to God I don't hear what I've heard on the floor of the House, and I'm hoping that that was just sort of, passions that ran away, as we had these long hearings here. We can agree to disagree, but to politicize public safety is a dangerous thing for our society to do. We need all the tools on the table. We need our accountable police officers on the table. We need our active community citizens at the table, and we need a strong accountability system for everybody who participates in that. And that's really the philosophy behind this bill. It's how I've approached my work as chair of this committee, which I've been honored to do for 3 years now. And I know we're not going to agree on everything. I know we're going to have some contentious discussions here today. But I certainly hope that at the end that we're successful in moving forward a bold statement of how together we're going to keep our state safe, and that we're going to constantly adapt and change in order to do that, to reflect the realities of racism the realities of poverty, the realities of regional disadvantages. I hope that we can do that together, members. So with that, members, I will yield, Madam Speaker, to my good friend and colleague, Chair Becker-Finn, to speak on the judiciary provisions in this bill.
The Chair of the Judiciary Committee, the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will speak briefly to the judiciary portions of the bill. Perhaps the most important part of the judiciary portion, this bill funds the third branch of government and properly funds that third branch of government, as well as our public defenders, which is something we are constitutionally required to do as a state. It also funds our civil legal services, so legal aid. Included in this bill, in addition to those budget items, is also the Minnesota Department of Human Rights is also funded in this bill, and there are some increases there which are much needed in this perpetually underfunded agency. In addition, we have courthouse security grants as well as important bipartisan reforms that decriminalize poverty. As mentioned briefly by Chair Mariani, this bill includes fines and fees reform, which allows there to be the criminal traffic surcharge waiver will no longer be mandatory under this bill, which is a big deal to many, many Minnesotans who have previously been required to pay that fee. In addition, we have civil asset forfeiture reform. Thanks to my Vice Chair, Kelly Moeller, and others who have worked on this provision for many, many years. It is finally agreed to and in this bill. In addition, we have important reforms regarding U visas and the ability to process those quickly and fairly for everybody in our state, as well as increases for court interpreters, which have not, their pay has not been increased truly in over 20 years. Finally, I do want to note, it was in the public safety portion of the bill, but I do want to note we've worked on these bills so much together that it feels like we're just all one big family at this point. But did want to highlight the Hometown Heroes Act is fully funded in this bill, which recognizes really the sacrifices that our firefighters and other first responders deal with, and many of those folks are doing that work on a volunteer basis. So this includes that fully funding that that act for our actually heroes in our community. With that, Madam Speaker, I know there are a couple amendments, and I'm sure we'll have a good debate here today. Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Long moves to amend House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an amendment that is the same as a bill that we heard and passed in a bipartisan basis during session, House File 2539, and it deals with tragic circumstances surrounding Dante Wright's death. We know that his death highlighted several shortcomings with our criminal justice system, and this is a bill that would address one important shortcoming and hopefully prevent further tragedies like that in the future. My partner on this bill has been Representative Vang, and we've worked hard on this effort to try to address these circumstances in the future. To recap, for those who might not recall back to the end of session when we passed this bill, once the officers determined to pull Mr. Wright over for expired tabs and for having an air freshener, they found he had an outstanding warrant, and his warrant was for failure to appear for a first appearance for a summons. But Mr. Wright likely never knew about that warrant because it was sent to an address where it was returned. It was an address that he did not receive the mail. And unfortunately, these situations with incorrect addresses happen frequently. And a number of jurisdictions have taken a really common sense approach to address these circumstances, where instead of issuing a bail warrant when someone fails to appear for that first appearance, they use a sign and release warrant instead, where an officer will notify the individual that they have an upcoming trial date and ask them to sign. This is an extremely effective way to bring down the temperature in those interactions to prevent having a custodial arrest, which could escalate into tragedies like the ones that we saw with Dante Wright. And it's important to note that in these circumstances, the prosecutor has already determined that bail was not needed, which is why they issued a summons. So in these circumstances, they've already determined that it wasn't necessary to bring somebody in under bail. We've added careful exclusions in the bill where there are public safety concerns, but when we've seen that these processes and the jurisdictions that have used them have been effective, and this would at least be one step where we could try to reduce tension, prevent tragedy when we know that it was prompted by a simple mistaken address. I want to thank Representative Stevenson for originating the idea for this bill, and again, thank Representative Vang for her partnership on it, and I'd ask members for a green vote.
Representative Mariani to the Long Amendment.
Speaker, members, I rise to encourage the support of the Long Amendment. This is, in fact, part of the conversations that we're having with the other body at this time. We are getting very good reception and signals from them to do this. This is part of what I said earlier in terms of initially the dearth is a little bit too strong a word, but not enough accountability, reform, and changes in the bill. This is good common sense reforms that are informed both by communities and by law enforcement. So there's every reason for this body and the other body to agree on that, and I'm really pleased to hear that that is the case as it's emerging from the other body. So members, I would urge your support of this amendment.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm kind of bummed to see this amendment come back in the exact form it was here before, when every member of the minority certainly voted against it. And we voted against it because you are not serious about how you brought forward this legislation then, and you're clearly not serious about it now. I appreciate, however, right now, that you are honest with your motives. When you brought forward this bill to begin with as a standalone bill, Representative Bennett offered a very good amendment. As Representative Long just indicated, there are a number of exemptions for which law enforcement can still arrest and does not have to do the sign and release warrant. Among those exemptions are fifth-degree assault. And as we discussed on the floor at that time, fifth-degree assault means literally slapping someone in a bar. That is fifth-degree assault. Representative Bennett brought forward an amendment that also would have exempted firearm violations. And we had a discussion on the floor about a clear threat to society. And by voting no on that Bennett amendment, the majority determined that someone slapping another person in a bar is more of a clear threat to society than someone who is illegally trafficking firearms. Trafficking illegal firearms. This from the party who wants to remove guns from law-abiding citizens could not bring themselves to vote and say that trafficking firearms is more dangerous to society than someone who slaps another person in a bar. It's nonsense. But I sure appreciate Representative Long being very honest in motivations right now. Because we saw a really tragic incident several months ago in Minnesota with the death of Daunte Wright. And there is not a person in this chamber who was not disturbed by what happened that day and who was not so sad about how that happened. But I appreciate you saying that this amendment came from that incident. And it just shows the politics of this amendment. This amendment is about politics. Because if it was about doing the right thing, you would have included the amendment to to exclude firearm violations. If you had excluded the firearm violations, however, Daunte Wright still would have been arrested that day. And it wouldn't have changed how that happened, unfortunately. This is about politics. This is not about good policy. And you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Any further discussion on the Long Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Raleigh moves to amend House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A20.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it very much. This is a really good amendment and indicative of exactly what Chair Mariani said. We can come together and pass legislation that has all the interests of Minnesotans in mind. Chair Mariani did mention the fact that we've got some issues that are happening with cybersecurity. And as we become a more connected society, we need to put in place some barriers and some legislation that will make sure that those of us that are the members in our society that need to be protected have some of those protections. What this amendment does is it makes it a crime, and it's a misdemeanor for a person to knowingly and without consent make publicly available personal information about a law enforcement official or their family members. I believe none of us want that to happen, and indicative again of working in a bipartisan way. There were members of the DFL, I believe Representative Wogamot has brought this in the past, and I'm proud to be able to carry this. And Chair Mariani, it's been wonderful working with you on the Public Safety Committee. And Madam Speaker, I ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to show you that I really haven't been here in a while. I don't know where Representative Raleigh. Where are you sitting? There you are. Okay, now I know I couldn't see you. I'm like, where's that voice coming from? Members, I would urge support of this amendment. I think it is important for the reasons that Representative Raleigh just shared with us, and it's good to be able to arrive at a common place of agreement among our two caucuses.
Any further discussion on the Raleigh Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grossela moves to amend House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A19.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossel.
Madam Speaker and members, this amendment is to, oops, sorry folks. Under current law, it is a crime to cause damage to the property of critical public service facility, infrastructure, utility, or pipeline. The penalty is a felony with a term of up to 10 years in prison, $20,000 fine. The A19 amendment makes it a crime for someone who conspires to cause damage to critical infrastructure and establishes a gross misdemeanor penalty. And I'm looking for your support on this amendment because I'm going to take you just for a short stroll back to June 7th of this year. June 7th of this year, there was an incident at two inlets up near Park Rapids in my district. A mob, essentially, under the guise of First Amendment rights, protesting, stormed a work site there that's clearly posted, no trespassing. They brought ladders. They brought rugs. The ladders to defeat the fence, the rugs to defeat the barbed wire on top of the fence. And then they poured over the fence. Clearly breaking the law, knowing full well that they were not to be trespassing. These criminals at that point continued to try to detain workers on the site. People who are there trying to make a living, your constituents and mine, trying to make a living to take care of their families, going to work. those individuals had to remove panels on the backside of that work site so that they could get out of there. Not knowing what the intentions of those who just clearly violated the trespassing laws, bailing over the fence and going after their, chasing after them, trying to detain them. And then they proceeded to cause hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage to heavy equipment and to other pieces of equipment essential to making sure that the pipeline is installed safely, and so that an aging pipeline could be replaced so that they could avoid any kind of environmental tragedies. Now, the equipment that was damaged belonged to a 100% owned Native American construction company working at that site. "100% owned Native American company working at that site." So these people say that they represent, they speak for the tribes, and I'm learning more and more and more and more that they do not. They do not speak for the tribes, because there was a letter written by many American Native, American Indian-owned companies, construction companies, contractors, etc., condemning these actions and asking, if you're going to protest, please protest, but do not commit crimes in the process. So my bill, again, like I said, this amendment makes it a crime for someone who conspires to cause damage to critical infrastructure and establishes a gross misdemeanor penalty. And, Madam Speaker, I would like to have a roll call on this, please.
Representative Grasso requests a roll call on his amendment. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Grasso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I ask for a green vote.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Grasso, when I was first looking at the language of your amendment, I was really concerned. I had concerns about it because it's redundant. So I direct members' attention to 609.05 Minnesota statutes, which is our aiding and abetting provision, and that really has almost identical language to this. The thing is, though, under that statute, somebody who commits this criminal damage we know is a felon, receives a felony. Somebody who aids or abets also receive a felony. So the irony here, Representative Grasso, is you're actually lowering the penalty for people who conspire, aid, and abet in some way. On the flip side, my thinking is that this apparently expands the circumstances in which somebody can be convicted of some kind of crime into what I would really think would be, we're starting to get into First Amendment and civil liberties territory, which would concern me a lot. If folks look at 609.05, if somebody aids, abets, conspires, counsels, etc., they are guilty of the same crime that they are aiding and abetting. Just like the language you have here. So if your amendment were to become law, then presumably the courts would interpret it to go even farther into some areas where somebody may be saying, in a conversation, well, I think, I wonder if this would be a good idea or something. I get very concerned from civil liberties perspectives. So members, if you are really concerned with civil liberties, then you want to oppose this amendment on those grounds. And if you're really concerned about damage to pipelines, then you want to oppose this amendment because it actually reduces penalties for those who aid and abet the damage to pipelines. Either way, vote red. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion on the Grasso amendment? Representative Grasso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, when you aid and abet, Representative Pinto, if you want to drive it to a felony, I'd be glad to do that. If you want to help me with that, I would be glad to amend it to make it a felony. But knowing my last conversations with you as far as increasing penalties, that's a no-go. So to use that is kind of, it's okay. It's okay. But when you aid and abet and you conspire, when you take the actions to commit those crimes, that's where they're held accountable, not just for having a conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I ask for a green vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote.
The clerk will call the names of all those members who have not yet voted.
Bo. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Pryor. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson moves to amend House Law number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A17.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, the A17 amendment requires the Sentencing Guidelines Commission to provide reports to the legislature and to the available to the public as well. It requires a list to list the name of the offender, a description of the case, the mandatory minimum sentence that was required, the sentence that was imposed, and whether there was a stay or execution of the sentence, and if stayed, the length of probation ordered. It also requires the name of the judge, the chief prosecutor, and the person who recommended a reduction of the sentence. And this information should be made publicly available on the website of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. I bring this forward because we have, I believe, because of downward departures in plea bargains and downward departures in sentences, it's caused some of the disparity that we have in our correction systems. I look at one situation I had in my own county that cost my county over $750,000, $750,000, because the judge did a downward departure. There was a mandatory minimum sentence, which this required. This also requires that dealing with mandatory minimum sentences, the judge was way below the mandatory minimum, claimed it for medical reasons. My county was then on the hook for some serious medical issues that could have been taken care of through the state system by having 365-day sentence instead of 364 of, I believe it was a 2-year minimum sentence. Mandatory minimum that this legislator set, if somebody commits that crime, has to do. They didn't even come close to the minimum. It was less than half. The reason that was not only medical reasons, but because of the medical reasons, we also had to have staff go to the hospital, sit with him in the hospital while taking care of his medical conditions. That's overtime. Plus, the county had to pay all the medical bills, even though he had insurance. The county is responsible for the medical bills. This was a serious situation, and it's a very burdensome to my county, who did not have those funds available. They had to go into their reserves in order to recover those costs. Plus, it was man hours where we could have had public service people working in other areas. And I also think it's important to find out what's going on, what our judges are doing, and let the public see, and what their prosecutors are doing as well, if they're doing huge downward departures. I did some digging. I found out that I believe it's 39% of the cases in Hennepin County are downward departures. And only, I believe it was less than 0.01% were upward departures. But we don't know who actually did the departures, whether it was the prosecutor or the judge. And I think we need to find that out. We elect both of them. I think the public should be able to find out who's following the laws, who's following sentencing guidelines. And if they're not following Sentencing Guidelines Commission, why should we even have them? So I think it's important information that we should have, and I do ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do recommend a no vote. You know, each individual case can be quite complicated, and I think the posting information on a website is not necessarily going to get us the answers that we seek in these individual cases. So again, would recommend a no vote.
Any further discussion? The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And first of all, Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call on
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is actually a really important amendment. And I would suggest that a lot of, our county attorneys and a lot of judges are actually elected. And there should be some light shed on these decisions and how they're being made. We are talking about a situation where there are mandatory minimum sentences in law. And somewhere along the way, either a judge or a prosecutor, we don't know right now why these mandatory minimums are not being met. We have no idea, but voters sure deserve to know. Voters absolutely deserve to know. And once again, we are in a situation where Democrats are the party of taking guns away from law-abiding citizens, and Republicans are the party of taking guns away from people who are using them illegally. This is specific to gun crimes. Why are we not taking this seriously? Members, I recommend a yes vote.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative New, thank you for that, because it reminded me of one thing I forgot to say. This was a gun-related crime where it was a road rage incident where the person took out his firearm and shot another person right in the face. Thankfully, he survived. And unlike Eric Mattson, who did survive, this person did not have as many injuries, but it was still a serious incident, and the person only received a 364-day sentence.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Hollins.
Hollins, no.
Hollins, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend Senate file, House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My bill is just to add $400,000 to the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and I'd like to point out that the bill and the money is to be used for crime prevention. Now, we often talk about how we want to improve community relations, improve the temperature out on the streets between the law enforcement and the community, and I'm reminded of the situation in a nuclear reactor. If you've ever seen a nuclear reactor, they've got the rods. And when they want to boil the water to make the steam to make electricity, they pull out the barriers and the rods are exposed to each other and it creates the heat. And when you want to cool the water off, or if you want to stop the reaction, you insert the barriers and you stop that reaction. Members, that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for money to help the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office do crime prevention problems, because so many of the things we talk about in this floor about preventing the situations that we have been discussing for the last year and a half are about reactions. And the best way we can have relations get back to normal is if we aren't having adverse reactions. If we can prevent the crimes, we don't have to worry about making an arrest for the crime. If we can lower the numbers of shootings and the violent acts in Hennepin County, we don't have to have a confrontation between law enforcement trying to take someone into custody or not. If we don't have to make that arrest, there can't be a person resisting arrest. If there's not a struggle, there can't be a mistake that takes place. Members of this House, if you really want to do something about crime in Hennepin County, help me and help fund this crime prevention program. I ask for a roll call.
Representative Novotny requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I rise in opposition to the A16 amendment. I would ask for your no vote on it. This bill actually does do something about crime, and specifically, remember the three-part thing that I talked about. It's important to fund our law enforcement, traditional law, conventional law enforcement systems. It's important to hold those systems accountable. And it's also important to resource our community interveners where citizens are stepping up in organized ways. People who understand their communities, who have relationships within those communities, that even through all the training that we can provide many of our law licensed professionals, those skills from those communities are incredibly worthwhile. Read the research across the nation. You've got to be able to do all of those things, and you have to be able to do them in coordination with one another. Now, the truth is, in this bill, we're funding VSETs. These are the coordinating law enforcement entities across the state to do kind of what Representative Novotny is proposing. In fact, when we were conferring the original bill in conference, we heard from my own sheriff in Ramsey County specifically about the need to be able to use those VSETs so you can have coordination to do the kind of traditional conventional law enforcement interventions that Representative Novotny speaks to. The problem with his, and so we're already funding that, I guess is what I'm saying. The problem with his amendment is that it's only using one of those tools. It's not using all three of them. It's in fact taking resources away from that third critical component of making sure that we've got communities actively, solidly involved in partnering with often traditional law enforcement, but certainly in terms of intervening to keep their communities safe. So disrupting that balance is not going to make Minnesota safer. It's actually going to make Minnesota less safe. We're doing a balanced approach in terms of the investments that we need to be doing to fight crime, and this amendment unfortunately disrupts that balance. And so for those reasons, I ask for your no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the Novotny Amendment. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with many of the things you said, Chair Mariani, and I'll be really brief in my summing. I used to work contract in a small town, and back then they considered it offensive for a squad car to be parked near the bar at closing time. And I would park right out in front of the bar so they could see where I was. So there was no question about will I be able to sneak home and not get arrested for drunk driving. I evaluated my success and how many cars were in the parking lot after everyone was gone. If people saw my squad and they got a ride home, or they called a cab, or they went with a friend, I considered that a success. And there's no way to measure that success. Not making a DWI arrest, not responding to a crash of a drunk driver is not something that will show up on a statistic. You can't measure something that doesn't happen. Chair Mariani, you mentioned the VSIT force, and I agree with that is funding and that is something that is there, but that is the investigation of crimes and interrupting violent criminals. We want funding to prevent the violent crimes from happening to start with so that we don't have to investigate them. I ask for your vote.
The member from Isanti, the Minority Leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, this is an important, and thank you, Representative Novotny, for bringing this forward. This is really important. And I think this would send a message that we do stand behind our law enforcement and that we do support them and know that they are the front line in reducing crime in our cities. You know, I've spoken on the House floor a few times this session about the crime rates in Minneapolis and St. Paul. In Minneapolis, in the first 5 months of this year, the homicide rate was double what it was in the first 5 months of last year. You know, there are a ton of statistics about the crimes that are happening. I mean, we're seeing them on the news. I want to read a little clip here that I've got. According to the Minneapolis Police Department crime statistics, there have already been 2,848 violent crimes in Minneapolis from January 21st to June 27th of this year, a number that's on pace to top last year's total. These statistics include 41 homicides, including 6-year-old Anya Allen and 9-year-old Trinity Otteson Smith. The 2021 homicide rate is on pace to top 2020's 84 homicides. For comparison, there were 48 homicides in all of 2019, and we've already had 41. There were 1,369 aggravated assaults. There were 866 robberies so far this year, 380 domestic aggravated assaults, and 192 rapes. In addition, there have been 1,832 auto thefts to date this year. And according to a KSTP news story on June 13th, there were 260 shootings in the city by that date, compared to 160 during that same time period the year before. Members, the Minneapolis Police Department is down probably north of 200 police officers right now from where they should be. And what we all know is that there's a direct correlation between not enough police officers and rising crime rates. So for us to actually get our arms wrapped around the crime problem, we have to make sure that we support our law enforcement officers, that we fund our law enforcement officers, and that we have an adequate number of law enforcement officers in our communities. There is no other way. So Representative Novotny, thank you for bringing this forward, because this is an opportunity for us to show people that we know that our law enforcement are on the front line of making sure that our communities are safe and that they have our support. So I'd ask members to please support our law enforcement and support this amendment with a green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Barr.
Barr, aye.
Barr, aye. Frederick.
Frederick, no.
Frederick, no. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Hollins.
Collins, no.
Hollins, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A2 is an amendment that, much like Representative Igo's amendment not too long ago, would declare Minnesota a friendly state for police and peace officers. And I have to tell you, I was very encouraged this morning as we all stood for Officer Mattson. I saw a chamber with bipartisan support for him and his plight, and I think that we were all proud to know that he was one of our law enforcement officers. But I want to share a story with you from August 26th of last year. That was a night that I was on a ride-along with Minneapolis PD, and I went to a number of the roll calls with them, asking how things were going, letting them know that I was behind them, letting them know that a number of people from, well, all of my caucus were behind them. And there was a young Minneapolis police officer that was at the roll call that actually went to high school with my son, James. So I had seen this kid, he's a cop, but kid, and I had been to his grad party, and we'd seen him play. He was a wrestler, and saw him at my son's soccer games. And big hulking kid comes over and says, "Mr. Nash, how you doing?" And we had a little bit of catching up to do. And I asked him, "How are things?" He says, "I don't want to be here anymore. I don't feel supported by my mayor. I don't feel supported by the city council members. I don't feel supported by parts of the legislature. I feel like we are not appreciated at all." And that was very difficult to listen to, because growing up as a kid, I just instinctively and culturally, we were taught to respect and appreciate our law enforcement officers. At least that's what I've taught my kids. So later that night, if you'll remember, there was a suspect that had prior in the day killed somebody. I believe it was on parking ramp C, and they were looking for him all day. Well, they found him, and the police rolled in, and I was in a car with one of the lieutenants, and the suspect pulled out a gun and committed suicide. the city fell apart. That was the second night or the second wave of riots that happened. I was told, well, your ride along is over, you're going back to your car, and you're going to go back home. Following up, many of those police reached out to me and said, thank you for showing up and sending the message that you care. And you've heard me reference the challenge coins that I give away to them. I had a whole pocket full of them. I actually sort of leaned to one side because they were heavy. And I handed them out to every police officer that I possibly could that night. And I wanted them to know, as I'm sure and I'm hopeful that you will say as well, that we appreciate them and that we want people across our entire state to know that we appreciate the men and women in law enforcement who, much like Officer Mattson this morning, ran towards danger on our behalf. They do that every day. They don't know what the situation will hold. They have no idea if they're going to go home. And I was pleased to be able to just do a small token of appreciation and say, we value you. And in the A2 amendment is my request of you to send a message to our state and to the people who live here that you also value our men and women in law enforcement and that you agree with me that we should send the message very clearly that Minnesota is a police and peace officer friendly state. And Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Frazier moves to amend the Nash Amendment to House File 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A37.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nash. I appreciate the stories that you just shared. I, too, have been on several ride-alongs, and I appreciate the work that our law enforcement officers do. And I will say this, as a former city council member that has really good relationships with his officers in his city, and with the chief as well, and with the chiefs and officers within that particular area, there has never been one time where I have not appreciated the work that they do, the reasons why they join law enforcement, the reason why they want to be good public servants. And I think we always appreciate and respect those that join public service for that stated reason, to be good public servants, to protect and serve, and to never violate that oath. I offer this amendment for this reason. We've been in international news, and it's been very trying times. Our state is not looked upon as being the most friendly now, particularly the BIPOC communities. I'm going to take every moment I get and every chance I get to make sure we can rebrand and let people know that we're open and inclusive, and we want everyone here. So I offer this amendment, and I hope you take it as a friendly amendment, Representative Nash. I offer this amendment and strike in those words and say that Minnesota is a friendly state, open and inclusive to everyone, and that includes our law enforcement officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Frazier, I do appreciate you saying that you view this as a friendly amendment, but I will have to disagree. Again, speaking to men and women of law enforcement, they're actually looking for you all and us to stand up and say specifically, articulate it, say that we support law enforcement. Not just that we're a friendly state. You know, that's very similar to the saying on the side of a can of Grain Belt, it's a friendly beer. It's another opportunity that we've missed. But more than just saying we're friendly here, we should be saying we are a police and peace officer friendly state. So I would request that you vote no on the Frazier amendment, because this is more than just saying, you know, Minnesotans are a bunch of good folks, hey? We need to say to the men and women of law enforcement who are fleeing jobs in places that we need them the most, that we appreciate you. Because they have told me they are watching us here at the state capitol. They're watching you. They're watching us over here. They want to know that you appreciate them specifically and that you're willing to put your name behind something that says, we value the men and women of law enforcement who, as I said previously, run towards the danger. So I would encourage a no vote on the Frazier amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Nash, for bringing forward the underlying amendment, and I really appreciate the sentiment. I'm disappointed by the amendment to the amendment, and frankly, it's kind of funny that in Minnesota, of all places, we would need to make it clear that we're a friendly place. I think that's what we're known for, is Minnesota nice. That's actually kind of who we are. We're known for it. I don't know we need that. I don't know that we need that in statute. However, I remember shortly after 9/11, and perhaps I've shared this story before, but shortly after 9/11, and in fact, I lived on the East Coast at the time. I lived in New Jersey, right across the river. And my husband was a nurse. He worked in an operating room, and so his operating room was closed down that day. His hospital was closed down because we were close enough to Manhattan that, frankly, we were just hoping, against hope, as it turns out, that there would be folks who needed medical treatment. Those people never came because they were gone. But I remember someone saying to me, shortly after 9/11, because, there was so much talk around about our heroes at that time, about our first responders, our police officers, our firefighters. There was so much talk, and we understood so clearly the value of these first responders and law enforcement officers. And so we talked about it a lot, and somebody said to me, well, but what makes their lives more valuable than all the other lives we lost that day? Well, to be clear, nothing. Nothing makes their lives more valuable. Every life lost that day was devastating for our country. But we must acknowledge that there is something different about the people who were going in when everyone else was coming out. There is something different about that. There is something special about those people who are willing to go in to situations where everyone else is rightfully fleeing. This morning, shortly after we were able to meet Officer Mattson, I read from Lakes Area Police Department, one of the departments that I represent. They're my constituents. I read something that happened just last night. And I'm going to read it. It says, Lakes area officers responded to a report of an unknown person banging on the windows and doors of a residence. While the family was inside on the phone with emergency dispatchers, the shirtless male forced open a window and entered the residence. The family quickly gathered in one bedroom and barricaded themselves inside. Lakes area officers arrived with assistance from Chisago County Sheriff's Office and the Wyoming PD. And officers on scene were able to make entry into the residence and evacuate the family from their home. Officers then ordered the male to exit the residence, but he refused to comply. And after repeated attempts to negotiate with him, the canine ghost was deployed, and the suspect was apprehended. Can you imagine being that family? Barricaded in a bedroom in your own home because someone broke in and was coming after you. And you're going to tell me that there's not something different about those police officers who entered that home and made sure that family was safe. I get what we're doing here. I get that the amendment to the amendment is to neuter the underlying amendment. We would hate to take a vote in this chamber saying that we are a state, we are a place that is friendly to police and peace officers. Why is that so difficult to do? Why is that vote so difficult? Again, Representative Nash, thank you for the underlying amendment. This amendment to the amendment, while presented as friendly, the truth of the matter is this amendment to the amendment is offered not to be friendly. It's so that we don't have to take the vote. We don't have to take the vote and say, yes, we appreciate those law enforcement officers who go in when everybody else is trying to get out. Vote no on this amendment to the amendment.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Nash, for bringing this forward. This is an important thing. Again, I just spoke about the importance of our law enforcement officers knowing that they have our support, knowing that we appreciate what they do. And this is just words saying that. And this amendment to the amendment, the author, Representative Frazier, I think probably a little tongue-in-cheek, says, I hope you'll accept this as a friendly amendment. The amendment just says that Minnesota is a friendly place. I assume that's what he meant, because this is a hostile amendment. This is an amendment that says we can't tell our law enforcement officers that we support them. And this reminds me of the old saying, when everything is your priority, nothing is your priority. And I have seen the Democrats in this chamber embody that and be the best, brightest example of that I've ever seen. If you can't say that law enforcement is your priority and you want to neuter this language by just saying that Minnesota is a friendly place, you need to ask yourself why you're trying to hide that. Why you're trying to hide that you can't say that we support law enforcement. Why you can't say that we stand behind the people in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect us every single day. And they do it without a second thought. And we saw what the consequences of that can be in this chamber when something goes wrong. And it does go wrong. And it will go wrong more often if you try to villainize law enforcement, if you try to make them the bad guy, which I have seen too often. And it puts their lives in danger if people think it's okay to do that sort of thing. And we saw it here on the House floor this morning. I don't have any problem saying that I stand behind that police officer who put his life on the line and almost lost it. You ought to actually be ashamed of yourselves that you cannot say that you support law enforcement. And if you don't support law enforcement, then stand up and say it. Don't hide behind some amendment that says, we're a friendly place. That's a friendly state. Stand up and have a little bit of courage. Stand up and say, you know what? We don't support law enforcement. Because by putting this amendment on, that's exactly what you're doing. And it's pretty obvious that you don't support law enforcement. And you have zero courage. Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call vote on this amendment.
Representative Dowd requests a roll call. There will be seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott, or Representative Dowd still has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to encourage people to vote against this amendment to the amendment. It is not friendly, and it's not funny. And it's not funny that you can't either say that you support law enforcement or have the courage and stand up and admit that you don't. But we'll know what it means when you vote on this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, Representative Frazier, I was really glad to hear you say that you'd gone on some ride-alongs and that you have a good relationship with the law enforcement officers in Hennepin County or maybe as many city, Minneapolis. And you wanted your amendment to go forth because you wanted to make a statement that Minnesota is open. We've got some negative press recently. You want to make sure that everyone knows that that Minnesota is open. Come to Minnesota. Well, I can tell you if the Nash Amendment would become law, maybe that would go a ways for actually opening up Minnesota, that more people would want to come here. There are people right now, I just went home for a family reunion over the weekend to a state that is south of here, and the folks, everybody asks me if I'm from, you know, when I'm from Minnesota, I'm around people from other states, they ask me, well, how are things in Minnesota? You know, how are things, because you just hear about all this violence and crime up here. And so maybe one of the reasons that people aren't coming here to Minnesota is they don't feel it's safe. So maybe by adding the Nash Amendment to our statutes, that's something that the Minnesota Tourism Board could actually use in promoting our state. Some of you don't know this, but I have someone in my family that is a law enforcement officer in Wisconsin. And of course, we would love to have this member of our family move closer. But that member of our family won't come to Minnesota because that member of our family said it's not a friendly place for her as a police officer. That she wouldn't be supported here. So members, you know, maybe it seems trivial to you, this amendment. It's not trivial to me. It's not trivial to a lot of members of my family, extended family too, that don't want to come here because of what's gone on here and what's continuing to go on. As Representative Daunt read off the horrible statistics, and we talked last week about even what's happened down at the University of Minnesota and our college students not being safe. So members, I encourage a no vote on the Fraser amendment to the amendment and hope that you will vote green and tell the rest of the country and the world that Minnesota is a great place to come to. It's a safe place to come to, and that we support our law enforcement here. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in opposition to the Fraser amendment to the amendment. But it's not a shocking event that this amendment seeks to gut the Nash Amendment to show that Minnesota is a friendly, supportive state to our peace and police officers, to law enforcement professionals, but it is a continuation of a pattern of hostility against law enforcement professionals. And it's not a coincidence, members, that this hostility originates from the same communities that are suffering from the demoralization of our law enforcement ranks. Why are they suffering? Because there are communities in this state right now that are actively hostile against law enforcement professionals, actively hostile. And we see here's a headline from June 20th, I think it is, just a few days ago, Star Tribune, solutions elusive as number of Minneapolis gunshot victims up 90%. Madam Speaker and members, the solutions aren't elusive. It's not some mystery what the solution is. Here's the solution. Encourage our law enforcement professionals that are risking their lives to protect us. Don't attack them. That's the solution. You have over 200 down from the Minneapolis Police Department alone because they are under attack from elected officials at the municipal level and at the state level. And what the Nash Amendment seeks to do is to begin just an inkling to show support at the state level that we should have the backs of our law enforcement professionals. But then, we have members from the same communities that are actively hostile to our law enforcement professionals now offering amendments to the amendment to gut a statement that would show support for our law enforcement professionals. You know, on our license plates it says we're the land of 10,000 lakes, right? Well, the city of Minneapolis is the city of 10,000 shootings. They say that they are the city of lakes. No, the city of shootings. And that's what we are seeking to do. Republicans seek to stand behind and show support for our law enforcement professionals. Members, vote against this terrible amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I stand against this amendment, and I stand for the EMS industry in Minnesota. As several of you know, I've been an ambulance personnel volunteer for 25 years. Last Saturday, I was here Friday. I had to go back last Saturday because I was the only EMT that could provide coverage in our 920 square mile area. During recess, the pager went off. It was a stabbing. Now, it was over the border in Roberts County, and we responded to it. The gentleman's been stabbed before, and we were put on standby. We had the tribal police there and the deputies of Roberts County, South Dakota there. And I was glad that they were there because I needed to provide care. Now, luckily, it was a stabbing in the leg and not into the stomach area, but still it was a serious stabbing. We got back just in time so I could be back on the House floor. About 2 months ago, Sunday morning at 5 a.m., we get a page. Now, this was in my community in Browns Valley, Minnesota. It was a domestic dispute. We got paged out. We got to the scene, and I'm the senior EMT. And we had two other ones, one who was just there for about 2 months, he was first responder, and another person there for about a year. Approached the scene, and the young lady said, I think my boyfriend's not doing well. Well, I approached the garage, and it sounded to me, I hate to say this, like a wild dog in that garage. The guy went crazy. I've never been on a run like that. So I told the other ones, get back. One of them was a little bit more stubborn than I was. She goes, I'm not going without you. I said, I'm okay. No, you come back with me. So we called for dispatch. Now, we asked for 2 deputies to control the scene. It took them about a half an hour because we're on the southern part of Traverse County. And he got out of the garage. I'm serious. I've never been on a run when a person sounded that bad. He got out of the garage, and I was still outside of my ambulance. The other 2 people were there because I was concerned about the gal. I told the gal, you go in the house, lock the door. And so I was outside. He got out before the deputies there. And I can run very fast. And I got to the rig, and he almost outran me. Long story short, both deputies came around. He went to the neighbors. Us 3 went back out. Of course, we were called to provide care. You cannot provide that type of care when your patient is not cooperating with you. So the deputies came, and they were extremely professional. They helped calm the situation. They used what they needed to calm the person down so I could do my work and provide the care that he needs. So thank you, Traverse County Sheriff's Department, for that. I've been on a run in Big Stone County because our area serves 3 counties that they've provided care. Several years ago, I made a huge mistake. I thought a scene was safe, and I went in, and the scene was not safe. At that time, we had a PD in Browns Valley, and they helped me out of that difficult situation. I thought the scene, I went in the home. I did not realize that the officers had their guns drawn, but they helped me out of that difficult situation. So we as an EMS professional, I gladly support our police officers, and I know my other colleagues across the state have been on difficult situations, on car accidents. They had to control the scene. I could spend a whole 4 hours on going through a lot of different times that the Traverse County Sheriff's Department, the troopers, State Patrol, Big Stone County, Roberts County, and the tribal, Sisseton-Wahpeton tribal have helped my service, the Browns Valley Ambulance Service, and so I cannot support this amendment. I would ask for a a no. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, this is the vote on the Fraser Amendment to the Nash Amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Barr.
Barr, no.
Barr, no. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Pearson. Pearson. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 63 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. On the underlying Nash Amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Fraser, I'm going to point out to those that are watching maybe on television or following on the internet, your deletion deletes police and peace officer. Let me say that again. You are deleting police and peace officers, and I think there's a lot of that going on nowadays, or at least a desire to. You've deleted the police and peace officers, much like we've seen from the U of M. Minneapolis City Council earlier last year was talking about defunding them. And the notion of creating a friendly state when you have people who are protesting and burning people in effigy outside of their homes, I don't believe that that sends a very friendly message. This is not friendly. This sends a message to police and peace officers that you don't care for them, you don't appreciate them, and that when you do things like defund them and protest outside of their home, that sends a very clear and crystallized message. Very clear. My side will not stand for that. We are grateful for the police and peace officers. So, members, you've just sent a very strong message when you put that amendment onto my underlying amendment. And much like you did last week with Representative Igo's amendment, where we are a mining-friendly state, you've now sent a message that we are not a police and peace officer-friendly state in your perspective. But I would imagine that if you would ask people in your district, how do you feel? How do you feel? They would say, well, I appreciate their efforts. I appreciate the fact that they will run towards danger with just disregard of their own well-being. They'll do that for you, but you won't do that for them. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will withdraw my underlying amendment.
Representative Nash withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Raleigh moves to amend House Bill number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. This is following in line with exactly what Chair Mariani had cautioned us and told us about earlier, and that is we're looking for bills and amendments that are going to provide transparency and do better for Minnesota. And what this amendment does is it does provide that transparency. What Minnesotans are looking for is when they are donating their money, they want to know where that money is going to. And what this amendment does is it takes charitable bail organizations and it provides some, again, parameters and some guardrails around it. So specifically, what this allows for is when a charitable bail organization receives money, they're going to have, or excuse me, when a charitable bail organization receives the money, they must first register with the state and the court administrator before posting the money for bail on behalf of a defendant. Now, the reason that that's important is because we can't have a fly-by-night organization pop up, donate money, and then disappear into the night. And so this is going to be providing transparency. And then the second part of this is the bill says that the charitable bail organization must annually report by January 30th to the state court administrator the following: the number of defendants that received money bail from the charitable bail organization, the total amount of bail posted, and the total amount of money that was returned to the charitable bail organization. What this provides us is the ability to see how much money is being put into these organizations, how much money is being paid out, and then what is returned when these individuals who have gotten out on bail have returned that money due to showing up for court and doing the things that these charitable bail organizations want them to do. Now, I would draw the members' attention, Madam Speaker, to line 3.7. It says the state court administrator shall aggregate the information. The reason that that language is put in there is so that we're not calling out individuals, and we're doing it in an aggregated form so that we can get a statistical analysis over time, as opposed to calling out any individual particular or any individual person for this. Madam Speaker and members, I'm hoping that this will be a friendly amendment, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Raleigh requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am rising to speak against the Raleigh Amendment. This hasn't been fully vetted in the Judiciary Committee, and also asks a lot of the courts, which they are not necessarily asking of us to do. In addition, I do agree that our bail system needs an overhaul. It definitely does, and that is a conversation I hope that we will have next year. However, treating charitable bail organizations differently from anyone else who would bail somebody out is not the answer. Members, please vote no.
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard from my colleagues and friends on the other side that it's never too late to do the right thing for Minnesota. I would agree that now is the time to do this. We have the right bill. Chair Mariani has put together, in his words, an aggressive bill that does great things for Minnesota. The other thing that I would point out, Representative, is this only applies when an organization is giving money to more than 2 individuals. So this would not prevent a single individual from receiving money from a charitable organization. This would only come into play when an organization is put together in order to do the charitable bail, as opposed to a charitable organization helping a single person to be able to get out of jail for, let's say, a single incident. So members, this is the right time. It's a good bill, it's a good amendment, and I would ask for your support.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment that we have before us is actually a bill that was chief authored by Representative Novotny, my friend and colleague, of which I co-authored. And I definitely am in favor of this bill. Now, when we saw last year, when the violent criminals were on a rampage across Minneapolis and St. Paul, and when Governor Walz, in his failed leadership, just allowed it to happen, we then had Hollyweird and those who live outside of Minnesota send money and make contributions to charitable, or whatever they're calling it, charitable bail organizations. And that money then was used to bail out these criminals who went on this rampage. And that's why this amendment is so important. We need to bring some transparency to what is happening here in Minnesota. Again, we have people that are outside Minnesota. Outside Minnesota, these Hollywood actors and actresses that live in their gated communities, that travel around with their armed security, sending money into Minnesota so that criminals can be bailed out and have to then be among us and pose a potential threat to Minnesotans while they live safe and secure in their gated communities with their armed security. And so we need to bring transparency to the process. I highly encourage a green vote in favor of the Raleigh Amendment and definitely to support the bill that Representative Novotny has chief authored. So thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Raleigh yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Raleigh, I've read through the amendment, and I just have a simple question. I like the result that you're going after, and I'm frustrated as you are to see these nonprofit groups raising money, sending in money to bail out people in Minnesota, putting criminals back on the street. But I also look at the bill as a bill that grows government. It asks more, has more requirements of organizations, causes more organizations to have to register with the state, more oversight, probably more FTEs, and it's going to cost more to implement this. When the reality is, if this were to go into effect, wouldn't then nonprofits simply send their money to an individual? I know the bail bondsmen support this because obviously this is kind of cutting in on their action. So what would prevent these same organizations that are raising money through GoFundMe and such to just send money to a bail bondsman or to an individual on the street, paying them $50 an hour to go and submit bail from people? Could you explain how that would be traced, and is it possible that that's happening today and we don't know where the money is coming from?
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Representative Munson. One of the things I'll point out is in order for these nonprofit charitable organizations to be organized, they've got to be a 501c3 underneath the IRS. They need to be currently registered to do business in Minnesota, and they've got to be fully compliant with paragraphs F and G, and I won't go through all of those. But importantly, to answer your question, they've got to be located here in Minnesota. The specific answer is we need the transparency to find out where this money is going. If this organization this is going to sound redundant. The organization is organized in Minnesota. By passing this amendment, we would then have the transparency to know who they are instead of money coming from outside organizations being flooded or being funneled into, as you said, bail organizations on a one-by-one basis. This will allow us to know when an aggregation is happening and provide us more transparency. Madam Speaker.
Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if Representative Raleigh would respond to another question, please.
He will yield. Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Raleigh, I guess the question is, if this bill were to go into effect, could an individual receive or have access to an account that has millions of dollars in there to bail out people? Could an individual then go in and bail out people repeatedly using the funds from this, and we would not have any transparency in that? And so, in other words, this bill, even if it were to be passed, we wouldn't be able to enforce it because the money isn't traced right now or in the future where it came from, how many steps back. It's just going to be added regulation where it's not really going to solve the problem. Do you see what I'm getting at here? And so there's nothing in this bill that says that an individual going to bail someone out has to report where their money came from. And so there's a simple workaround for the existing process to go around this legislation. Do you see that loophole in this amendment? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's nothing preventing an individual right now from bailing out anybody they wish. What's happening with this type of a transaction is by creating a nonprofit, you're able to get an IRS benefit for that. Now, one of the basic functions of government is to make sure that we put guardrails around things that we see. We have seen, as Representative Lucero talked about earlier, there are organizations that are being formed right now that are bailing out multiple individuals. So I want to talk about the one question that you asked. Is it preventing somebody from taking millions of dollars and bailing somebody out over and over and over again? In this case, that would be a single individual, and this amendment would not apply, because the amendment only applies when a charitable organization bails out more than two people. And so we wanted the guardrails on this so that, number one, we have transparency. I'm a big fan of transparency. And number two, this is a function of the government to make sure that we know where the money is coming from, because if an organization is identified by the IRS, we now know that they're registered. We can then do a FOIA request on who it is that organized that particular organization. And more importantly, we can see where the money is going, but we're protecting the individual liberties by aggregating that data and not calling out individuals that are being bailed out, Madam Speaker.
Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Raleigh. I like the purpose of your amendment. I just don't see it as workable and actually preventing what we all want is that we don't want organizations to bail out hundreds of people, but they can simply just hire somebody to go in with the money to do the same thing. So I'll be voting against the amendment, but I appreciate your effort.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too rise in support of Representative Raleigh's amendment here. I just want to remind the body of just how amazing Minnesota Freedom Fund works here. So let's see here. Minnesota Freedom Fund provided bail to a violent offender now charged in a new assault that left Minneapolis bar manager with traumatic brain injury. Sounds like an awesome use of money, huh? Let's see here. Billy Campbell was killed July 30th. At the Little Earth housing complex. Looks like they bailed out 5 protesters. The rest are murderers, rapists. Good use of money. Let's see here. As I scroll through, here is, this one. Oh gosh. Christopher Don Boswell, level 3 sex offender, bailed out by Minnesota Freedom Fund, now wanted on felony warrants since February 11th on violation of conditional release. Members, this is not a very good use of money. I mean, the point of we want to keep society safe is to get criminals off the street. We don't use bail money to put those same criminals on the street so they continue being criminals. Members, we do need some safeguards and some protections around this fund that you seem to like so much. And so I ask you to vote in favor of the amendment.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minnesotans are great people. I've lived here all my life. I was born in St. Paul. I have, over the period of time, donated to multiple organizations. There's GoFundMe this, and there's support that. We get requests all the time to donate our money, our time, our treasure to various organizations. What this bill does is it continues the Minnesota nice of being able to donate, but it also offers the transparency that is so required when we're giving that money and knowing where it's going. If I see somebody asking to bail out somebody or to give money to a great cause, and then I'm able to have information afterwards so that I know where it's going, that's the type of transparency that I'm looking for, and that's what my amendment does. So members and Madam Speaker, I do ask for your green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the Raleigh amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Eklund.
No.
Eklund, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Katiza Watun. Katiza Watun. Pearson.
Pearson votes aye.
Pearson, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Law Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A1.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I've been in the majority and I've been in the minority, and I'll be the first to admit sometimes I bring amendments to make a point. And some might say I brought a lot of those this year. I know Representative Wolgamott is shocked, but today I bring the A1 to make a difference. And I come to you hat in hand. I'm begging for your help, and here's why. In the city of Victoria, not long ago, there was a level 3 sex offender that was located in a neighborhood that is extremely dense with children in the 5 to 7 to 9-year-old age range. The timing of that could not have been worse. The initial location address was to be in Chaska. Chaska PD and Carver County were alerted to this, and they came back to say to the DOC that this was not the address of the residence of the family. So in about 2 days' time, the DOC looked at the new address and said, oh, it's fine. It's just fine. And members, it's not fine. And I'm going to preface this by saying I agree with the Supreme Court ruling that everybody has a right to live somewhere. Incontrovertible fact, but not every somewhere is the appropriate place for people to live. And in meetings with Commissioner Schnell at the DOC, we found out that there really were no guidelines as to some of the things and the criterion that they could use for placement of a level 3 sex offender to put them into a neighborhood. Now, a little more detail about this particular level 3 offender. Again, keeping in mind that the neighborhood is filled with young children. In court documents, it was pointed out that this level 3 offender sexualizes the voices of young children. Let me say that again. This offender sexualizes the voices of young children. In speaking to Commissioner Schnell in a very frank conversation, myself, Representative Bowe, Senator Coleman had a very good and cordial conversation around the fact that those guidelines are missing. So I thought, well, maybe I can do something, not to prevent what happened now. We're still working on that part. But there will be some other placements probably by the time we come back for our next legislative session. And I would hate to think that we did not provide the DOC and families, and quite honestly, the person that's being placed, some thought into how deliberate are we going to make those placements. Because if you listen to the findings of the courts and you listen to what's being said, the chances of this individual, according to one of the court documents, to reoffend is very, very high. And as the father of 6, that scared, Madam Speaker, could you quiet it down just a bit?
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor into the alcoves or outside of the chamber. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very serious amendment. This is, again, I come to you as open-handed as I can. I'm asking for your help because there will be others. And I wanted to share with you a letter. So the Friday that I spoke to Commissioner Schnell, I then went to the neighborhood and talked to some of the families. And this little girl comes up and hands me a letter. And her name is Harper. And her mom wrote the letter. And if you remember my testimony on Representative Becker Finn's bill, you'll understand why this is so poignant to me that the mom is asking, is it going to be my daughter next? Will it be one of her friends next? How do I prepare for that as the mother? How do I prepare her for that? How do I prepare friends for that? How do I prepare my neighborhood for that? And I will admit that I did not know that there were not criterion that were set into statute, because if you look at my amendment, there's really not a lot of specificity there. There should be a great deal of specificity there. There really should. Because if you realize about this neighborhood, in a 2-mile circumference around where this individual has been located, there are, I believe the number is 728 children in that age range. 720, and there, I think all of us here, with a few notable exceptions, have children. Think about that, members. Think about that. And think about what we can do to, if nothing else, put up some guardrails around this process. Again, everybody who does their time and is being released, they have a right to live somewhere. But I just don't believe that anywhere is somewhere that they have to be, that they should look at some of the things that are there. So this amendment would say that if one of the criteria is to look and find whether or not there is a high density of children, or is there a high density of vulnerable adults? I don't believe that that is a really far-fetched ask. Because, again, I don't know that any of us know how many level 3s are in the process of going through that release process and could be located before we come back here. So I would say that there is a sense of urgency to this. And Harper's mom says, so please tell me, is it her? Is she the next offense that's going to be necessary to ensure that we can keep these other children safe in neighborhoods and other neighborhoods moving forward? Members, I am not on a tirade. I am not being vitriolic. I'm simply asking you to help me help our state put up some guardrails as we move forward in this, so that the Harpers and the Harpers' moms don't have to have those conversations about the types of people that are going to be located in their neighborhood. There are other neighborhoods where this individual could go and see success. There are a lot of other neighborhoods. In my heart, I realize that this is not the neighborhood for them, and that's something that we're going to deal with. But in future neighborhoods, let's put up some simple guardrails. Let's do this for Harper. Let's do this for Harper's mom and the 700 and some odd other kids there. Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nash, for bringing this amendment. I know that you care very deeply about sexual assault prevention, as do I, and as do all of the members in this chamber. I also appreciate the conversation, the very sincere conversation that you and I had recently when you told me about the situation in your district. And I did go and look at the law after that because I was concerned about it. And I did notice that civil commitment is a potential for the county attorney, and maybe it isn't the ideal situation, and maybe we eventually do need some guardrails like you mentioned, but I think the issue with this now is the fact that it hasn't been vetted yet, and I think it's really important for us to hear from the stakeholders on the specific guardrails that might need to be added into our statute, particularly around the density area. And I'm giving you my commitment now that I'll be glad to work with you in the interim on this issue, and for that reason I would ask members to vote no. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Discussion on the Nash Amendment. The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in support of the Nash Amendment. I do not know if you've had the incredible displeasure of having to attend one of these community notifications, but I have. In this body, some in this body might remember former Representative Joyce Pepin. This was at a time when her and I were serving together, and we got a notification to the city of Dayton that 3 level 3 sex offenders were going to move to the community of Dayton. And there was such an outrage in the city that they had to host this community. Madam Speaker, by the way, the process is that when a level 3 sex offender is going to move in, that there's a notification to the community for a certain radius. And I don't know what that radius is offhand, but that radius then notifies everybody in the community and the word spreads. And so what happened is they had to host this at an elementary school. There were so many people going to turn out that it was hosted at an elementary school, and it was incredibly frustrating. It was traumatizing and devastating. People were so concerned. And I can recall some of the comments. This was, I'm guessing, and obviously Representative Robbins is subsequent to Representative Pepin. And Representative Robbins and I have had to deal with more of this issue, and I really appreciate the efforts that Representative Robbins has taken on in this. But anyway, the community, some of the feedback at the time, and I think this was 6-ish years ago now, was one woman said that the sex offenders, 3 of them then, are going to be able to look out their window and see me and my children. Just the thought of them looking at myself and my children in our backyard is incredibly creepy. And I would not want anybody, any woman, child, anybody to have to go through the trauma that creates. And if that weren't enough, members, if that weren't enough, the stigma that it creates then to that home and the surrounding homes. And so here you have, I can imagine Representative Nash in his community, you have homeowners in the surrounding community who maybe recently purchased their house or purchased their house many years ago, that now their home, for no fault of their own, their home that might be 2 doors down, 3 doors down, or a block away, is going to have a stigma placed upon it, and it's going to reduce the value of their home. Somebody that had no ability to have any influence in what's happening. And so I don't know what the whole criteria is, but I think there are guardrails in the state of Minnesota for where a liquor store can be located in proximity to maybe a school, maybe tobacco. There are guardrails. So we recognize that there are guardrails for certain items. But when it comes to level 3 sex offenders moving into the community, we absolutely need to have guardrails. And I know that in the absence of the guardrails on a state level, communities have now taken it upon themselves to try to put up guardrails, such as you can't be in X number of feet of a park, you can't be in X number of feet of a school, et cetera, et cetera. And those are something we should have. And I agree with what Representative Nash said. This is just scratching the surface of what the guardrails should be, and it's very non-specific. It allows some latitude, but it is something, and it's a start. And we need to do that because more communities are going to continue to be impacted. More women and children are going to be put in fear. They should not have to walk out to their car in the morning to go to work and have a sense of fear or terror. They shouldn't have to have that. Or to allow their children to play in the backyard or leave their house and walk a block away to their friend's house. They should not have to have a terror, a fear that their child is going to be the next victim. And I would not want that upon any of your communities. But I can tell you, our community is still reeling with this. And we're years later. So members, please support the Nash Amendment and push green on this vote as just the beginning of a conversation that we can have and continue next session. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I rise in support of the Nash Amendment as well. As Representative Nash mentioned, this is a newer neighborhood, a younger neighborhood with over 700 children within a short distance. And I've been through this neighborhood before, and it was a noisy neighborhood. And what I mean by that is there were children everywhere playing, toys in the yards, children up and down the streets riding bicycles, running with friends on the trails in the backyards. When you drive through this neighborhood now, it's deathly quiet. The children are afraid to go out of their houses, and the parents, quite frankly, are afraid to let their children out of their houses. Now, we do need to make sure that people have a place to live and that they have the opportunity to turn their lives around. But, you know, the problem is we need to keep our children safe, and we want to assure that that the offenders are safely rehabilitated at some point in time after they've done their time. I believe strongly that having a level 3 sex offender, especially one that's attracted to younger children, having them moved into a neighborhood that has that high of a density of children of that age of attraction is setting up failure for that individual. And if we want to have them be rehabilitated, it's better to put them in a neighborhood that does not provide that level of temptation as well as the danger for reoffense. So I support the Nash Amendment, and I would encourage strongly a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the thing that gets me the most when I sit here and I listen to some of these bills is we'll work on it later. We'll do it later. I appreciate the sentiment. But coming from a community that's had to deal with the disappearance of the Riker sisters so long ago, having it unsolved for so long, 40, 50 years, and finally, even though he never admitted to it, the person they suspected that did it passed away. And Mrs. Riker had an opportunity to talk to him before he passed. But then we had Jacob Wetterling. My kids are 3 or 4 years younger than my oldest, than Jacob was. It scared the bejesus out of us. And for a long time, that went unsolved. And then we found out who it was. Sometimes these things can't wait till later. They can't wait 6 months. They can't wait. When communities have an opportunity to say, there's too many children here to put somebody like this here, we should listen. And we should take everything that they have to tell us to heart. Because children do go missing, and they aren't found older. They're not found unharmed. This is a serious deal to any one of us. My son was 5th grade, I think, 5th or 6th grade, and he was going with a friend to swimming lessons. And my neighbor, who was a teacher at that time at Discovery School, where my boys went for 5th and 6th grade, said, the gentleman who's doing the swimming classes is somebody we suspect, but we can't prove it. And while the two of us were standing in my driveway, he came around the corner biking with my son. I can't tell you the feeling I felt. I can't tell you how incredibly cold my blood went to know that my son was somebody that the teachers at the school he was attending suspected of not being a good person. That feeling is horrible, horrible. And when that gentleman saw me talking to my neighbor, and he recognized her as one of the teachers, he took off without saying a word. We can't wait to protect our children. I understand why we say, let's work on it, let's get it done. But when it comes to our children, we don't always have that time. Too many children go missing. Too many children are harmed. I could stand here for a little bit longer and tell you of the children I know that have been harmed by an adult and now have mental health issues. Now can't figure out why they don't want to be touched by anybody. Why they can't get a job because they don't like people, they don't trust people. It's incredible what our children have to go through because they've been abused, used. It's horrible. And then when we finally find them after how many years, like we did Jacob, we have to mourn all over again because Mrs. Wetterling always had that hope that she was going to find Jacob. She never gave up hope. Never. Never. Until the day they found him. I don't want anybody to go through that. Ever. And I understand why you're saying let's work on it, but some things you just can't. Some things you just have to do now. Whether it works in the plan or not, these are things that matter to all our families. Thank you.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mueller, thank you for your willingness to work on this with me. But I will say I certainly understand that stakeholders want us to work with them. I spoke to a whole yard full of stakeholders last week. There were hundreds of people in a backyard when I went to speak to them, and they're desperate. I know that other parents feel that desperation. And the civil commitment process broke down here, and I'm still digging into that. But when you recognize that that is a distinct possibility that it can break down and it can not move forward, it begs for guardrails. It begs for the legislature to put something into statute to say, we know that there is a probability of some of those things happening. So let's put up some guardrails for the DOC to use to evaluate so that they could say, because I'm sure that they feel the same way because they're parents like us, that we can't put a kid or put someone in a neighborhood that is filled with kids. And I'll take you back again to Representative Becker-Finn's bill. As a kid that had a lot of the frivolity and innocence stolen away from my own childhood, I don't want some other kid to have to go through that. Childhood should be filled with innocence and fun, running around backyards, enjoying winter, summer, without the specter of somebody in your neighborhood being someone who's there to hurt you. We have a chance to make sure that other kids' summers and lives can be carefree. It just takes a simple push of the green button. Will you please join me today and say to parents across the state of Minnesota that you recognize that people who are coming out of incarceration do have the right to live somewhere, but that we have to protect that innocence of childhood? Members, vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Pearson. Pearson.
Pearson votes aye.
Pearson, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 63, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would increase the penalty for firearm transfers to an ineligible person. And I've had this bill, I think, for the last two legislative sessions, and it came about as a result of some I'll just call them gun hearings that Representative Mariani and his committee were having. In fact, maybe they were joint. I don't remember if they were joint with the Senate or not, but Mike Freeman testified in one of those hearings that when asked about whether they were prosecuting people under current law that were illegally transferring firearms to ineligible persons, whether they were prosecuting that or not. And his reply was, no, we don't do that because the penalty is not high enough. We try to get them on a higher charge. And I want to be a part of the solution to to gun violence. And what this bill does, what this amendment does, is it makes it a felony, which would make the chance of having it actually prosecuted much higher. So members, as Representative New Brindley said earlier, either you want to do something about gun violence and you're sincere about that, or you're not sincere about it. This is your opportunity. This is a good amendment that will actually make a difference. This will actually go a long way to get firearms out of the wrong hands. Such charming music.
A member has stepped out of the chamber and left their phone behind.
It does sound like the ice cream truck, Madam Chair.
Representative Scott.
Yes, I'm sorry.
COVID-19 might be over, but we don't have ice cream back yet. Maybe soon. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, back on track. Members, I would ask for your support on this amendment. It will actually make a difference. To get guns out of illegal hands while keeping firearms in the hands of those that are law-abiding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to point of order under Rule 3.21 and prepared to offer advice.
Representative Pinto rises to a point of order under Rule 3.21. State your advice.
Madam Speaker, that rule requires that an amendment be germane to the underlying bill. This amendment amends a section of Chapter 624. There's no section of that chapter that's amended in the underlying bill, nothing regarding firearm transfers regulation of that area. I'd ask that you find the point of order well taken.
I've had an opportunity to review the amendment and review the bill. I find the point of order well taken. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm really sorry to hear that, and I understand maybe there isn't that section in the bill. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask Chair Mariani if he would yield to a question. Is he on the floor? Is it? Oh. Okay, I'd like to appeal the ruling, Madam Speaker. And request a roll call.
Representative Scott appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. That's where I thought she was going. Did you have a question for Representative Mariani? Discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. Just to remind members, a red or a no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. A green or a yes vote upholds the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Mariani yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mariani, I've requested hearings on this amendment in bill form, and I'm just wondering if there's something that I could do to change this amendment to get a hearing. That would be my question.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Scott, it's probably not appropriate for a chair to say change your bill in order to get a hearing. But I would say this, that one, we had a lot of hearings this year. We heard a lot of bills this year, and we did not hear a lot of bills this year as well. It's a function of time and the numbers of bills that are presented and forwarded to a committee. I'm sure our committee is not alone in that regard. But I would certainly look forward to communicating with you during the interim, and let's see what we can do relative to being able to schedule something in the coming year.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative Mariani. Members, we're on the public safety bill. This has to do with public safety. I would ask for a red vote against the ruling of the chair, or the Speaker.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This again, we've had this conversation on the House floor a few times. This again is an abuse of Rule 3.21. And I think the error, and I'll explain this one more time, comes in, and I appreciate Representative Pinto's interpretation of this, or his request for you to rule this out of order. And he stated that there is not such and such a statute in this bill, so that this amendment isn't germane. It only needs to be germane, and if you look up the definition of the word germane, it will literally say relates to. It doesn't say the same as, it just says, does it relate to? And yes, this relates to this bill. That's what this is about. Where we get tripped up and where you get confused is the amendment to the amendment, which says an amendment to an amendment on the House floor must relate only to the primary amendment without introducing any new subject. The rule that we're talking about, which is 3.21, that has nothing to do with an amendment. An amendment must only be germane. And if you look up the dictionary definition of germane, you will see that it must only relate to the subject. So for instance, something that would be not germane is if I introduced an amendment to this bill to fund a highway in my district, right? But when you introduce things that have to do with public safety, that is germane. When you don't want something talked about and you don't want to take a bad vote, you rule them out of order. That is an abuse. That's not germane or not germane, that's an abuse. So members, let's stop abusing our rules. Let's just do our jobs. If you don't want to vote on something, then don't run for re-election the next election. That's what we came here for, to work. And sometimes you got to vote on stuff that you don't like. Sometimes it's tough to make a decision. But that's what we're here for. And that's what these little buttons on our desks are for. So these rules aren't to be used as some scapegoat to get you out of taking a vote. These aren't to be misused so that we prevent things from coming to the House floor. So let's stop abusing our rules and let's just roll up our sleeves and do our job. Thanks.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, this amendment deals with public safety. Now, I don't know if you know it or not, we've had 41 homicides in Minneapolis so far this year alone, with over 20 of them children, 17 and under. And I personally know two of the mothers, or either the mother or the grandmother of two of them, which I'll be talking about later. If we want to stop gun violence, we need to start dealing with those who are possessing firearms illegally and seriously. Hennepin County Attorney Freeman has said it's not worth his time to prosecute them because the penalty is so low. So let's make this worthwhile for him to prosecute those who are possessing and using firearms illegally. If you're serious about ending gun violence, overturn the ruling of the Speaker. Otherwise, get off the subject completely. Because we need to start taking this seriously and put an end to those possessing firearms and using firearms illegally to begin with. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm looking at this bill, and I'm trying really hard to understand how it's not germane. So just for the embellishment of the body, go to the bill with your computer, do a Control F, and then you'll be able to type in 624, which will help you then do a search. There are 5 mentions of 624 within the bill, and I'll help the members with this one. Line 53.11 mentions 624. Line 161.25 mentions 624 as a whole, not a subsection of 624, but 624 in toto, meaning in total. Number 3 is in line 161.25. It again mentions 624 in total. Line 178.4, .5 mentions 624. And finally, line 198.12 mentions 624 again, but that one does mention a subdivision. This amendment is to try to stop violent crime with the utilization of firearms. It's incumbent upon this body to look at this, as I've said, in total, and these are mentioned. Madam Speaker, I cannot understand how this is not germane if I've called out by line item, by number, the exact number of this particular amendment as written. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Raleigh, let me help, and members as well. We're not getting confused here about an amendment versus a secondary amendment. The test is the amendment germane to the bill? I've spent more time in the minority in this body than I have in the majority, and so I have experience in both of those. The question is not where we say every amendment has some bill that it's germane to. That is not the issue. And we can't simply say, well, we know public safety, and so therefore I hope this relates in some way. I'm recalling under Leader Dowd's leadership, under his speakership, May 2nd, 2018, we had an Omnibus campaign finance bill. Not a state government bill, a campaign finance bill. Representative Mike Nelson brought forward an amendment that related to corporations contributing to candidates. And the prohibition on that and expanding it to include debt for candidates. Now that was ruled out of order as being not germane to a campaign finance bill. Now, I had some trouble with that, but I'm trying to sort of follow along with each leader. Members, we look at the bill and we know that section, the chapter 624 is not amended in the bill. There's some references to that, of course, in various places, and even actually, Representative Raleigh, when you identified those different sections, those are places where there's some other lines where there's an amendment, and then it happens to be that there's that number in there, 624. Members, there's not language in here that regulates firearms and transfers and sales, et cetera, as under this amendment. Now, we can have a debate on the merits, but of course, that would be out of order in this discussion. The question is, was the ruling of the Speaker correct? Is this in fact germane to the underlying bill? And under the rules that I've seen in my time in the House, and certainly under when I was in the minority, members, this is not germane. Let's uphold the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, would Representative Long yield to a question?
Representative Long will yield to a question. Sure. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Long. I am looking at the A6 amendment, and I'm wondering if you can show me in the underlying bill, direct me to where we have section 629 in the underlying bill, section 629 of statute, if you would, please.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't believe a point of order was raised on germaneness on my provision, so I didn't spend a lot of time digging into the underlying bill.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Long. I will answer the question for you. Section 629 is not in the underlying bill. It's not in the underlying bill, so we have already accepted an amendment today on this bill that is not, whose statute section is not included in the underlying bill. So which way is it? Is Representative Long's amendment germane or not? Oh, I see heads nodding that no, this one is not germane. Well, it was already accepted and adopted. So it clearly was germane. It clearly was germane, just as the Representative Scott amendment is clearly germane. But once again, here we are. Same song, different verse. Democrats can't even take a vote on illegal firearms. Once again, Democrats are the party of taking firearms out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. Republicans are the party of taking firearms out of the hands of criminals. And Representative Scott, I really appreciate the fact that you didn't just bring this forward as an amendment today, This isn't some gotcha that you're just throwing in the bill, that you're just trying to get a good vote on today. You've been working on this for years. For years. Representative Scott has been working on ensuring that we are tough on illegal guns, on illegal firearms, which is exactly what we should do. It's exactly what we should do. But instead of taking this vote, Democrats are going to hide behind germaneness. For the life of me, I cannot understand why they won't be tough on crimes committed with firearms. It's bizarre. We get bill after bill after bill trying to restrict ownership of firearms for law-abiding citizens. And we get obstacle after obstacle after obstacle when we try to get tough on gun crime. I don't get it. I do not get it. I do not understand the logic. But what I do know is that the amendment is germane. It is clearly germane, and I appreciate, Representative Scott, you bringing it forward, and everyone in this chamber should be a no vote right now on upholding the ruling of the Speaker. Everyone in this chamber should support cracking down on crimes committed with firearms. Thank you, Representative Scott.
The question before the body is, shall the judgment of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Paul. Oh. Oh, there we go. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 63 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Now moves to amend House Law number 63, the first engrossment. As amended, the amendment is coded A29.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is an important amendment. This was not mine, but it was in our book today. And I just wanted to make sure that we didn't skip past it, because I think it's very important for us to take a vote on this and to take a strong vote to say that we think that, that this is not okay. So I'm going to encourage people to very strongly vote against this amendment, but I want to talk about what it does. So the amendment before us is the A29 amendment. And you'll see that this amendment basically does not allow an officer to stop a vehicle for what they call a secondary violation, and I'll talk about what that does. So, and I'm going to read right from the bill, or from the amendment, excuse me. Under this amendment, a peace officer may not stop or detain the operator of a motor vehicle for a violation of this section if the only lawful basis for the stop is either a secondary offense or multiple secondary offenses. Then the amendment goes on to define what a secondary offense is. So I guess the sections in this aren't numbered, but it's on the second page, line 26. under the definitions. For the purpose of this section, a secondary offense means a violation of one or more of the following sections. And I'm not going to read the section numbers or the statute numbers, but I'm just going to read what they are. So these are the things that a person could not be stopped for by a law enforcement officer. Plate display, headlamps, rear lamps, license plate illumination, use of headlamps, muffler required, exceed motor vehicle noise limits, certain windshield prohibitions, restrictions on mirrored or glazed windows, vehicle registration plate display or validation stickers. So tabs expired, cracked windshield, headlight out, tail light out, you name it. None of these things would be a reason to stop a vehicle. Now, one of the most concerning things here is tabs are expired. Who in the state, I mean, this particular, I mean, who in the state is going to put tabs on their vehicle if you can't be stopped for having expired tabs? Why have tabs? Why have license plates? So it's pretty, I will say that you can stop a vehicle, an officer could still stop a vehicle if the vehicle is unoccupied. So this might be targeting a driverless vehicle. Not sure about that. Not sure if that's fair. But they would still be allowed to stop a driverless vehicle. So, members, this is a pretty important amendment that we don't want to take this tool away from police officers, right? We need to make sure that the vehicles that are driving on our roads are safe, and therefore that the people driving them are safe. And if an officer sees a violation of one of these statutes, they need to be able to take action. Next, are we going to say that if we see somebody with a gun in the commission of a crime that they can't stop them? We see a homicide taking place, we can't stop that person. We see a kidnapping in place, we can't stop that person. We see a rape in place, taking place, we can't stop that person. If we're not going to have these law enforcement officers the ability to take action and stop people for violating the law, then where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line on what is okay and what's not okay? And I think we need to say very clearly and speak with one voice today that this is a tool that we want law enforcement to have. And the way that we'll do that is by voting against this amendment. So I'm going to very strongly encourage members to vote against this amendment. And Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call vote.
Representative Doubt requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, while I don't think air fresheners and license tabs are the same thing as rape and murder, unfortunately, I have to rise to a point of order under Rule 4.05. The amendment costs money in the bill up to a total of $3 million, and it's out of order.
Representative Winkler raises a point of order under Rule 4.05. I've had an opportunity to review the amendment and review the bill. I find the point of order well taken. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk
Madam
will give
Speaker,
the bill
I appeal the ruling of the
its
Speaker and
third
request a roll call vote.
reading. Representative Doubt wishes to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call.
Yes.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I assume you saw 15 hands there.
It did look like there were about 15, yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. There is not an appropriation in this bill. There is not a cost, or excuse me, in this amendment. There is not a cost to this amendment, although I might argue that actually the state would probably lose tens and tens of millions of dollars in license fees. I don't think that's what Representative Winkler was talking about when he rose to a point of order. There is not an appropriation and there is not a cost. This amendment would not have a fiscal note, but I don't disagree with him. I think the state would lose millions of dollars on this because nobody would put tabs on their car if we allowed police to not pull people over for their tabs. So while I don't agree with Representative Winkler, I agree with Representative Winkler. Thank you.
The question before the body is, shall the judgment of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Berg. Berg, no. Hausman. Berg changes from no to aye. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 64 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 63, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So I'm actually rather excited about this bill. I know we've had a lot of amendments, we've had a lot of conversation, but there are three parts of this bill that I'm particularly excited to talk about on third reading here. Three pieces of legislation that are in this bill that are really good for protecting public and protecting victims of violence and rape, and also to help those that are incarcerated to actually change the trajectory of their life and get hope and healing and change what they do with their lives. So the first part is the ignition interlock, and Representative Cleaborn has got that portion in here, but I had been working on it for a few years before that. And she was gracious enough to adopt an amendment that I had that actually had been in the bill when I had it in the past. But very simply what the bill does is it talks about having mandatory ignition interlock after your second DWI within 10 years or third in a lifetime. This will keep people that are alcoholics or abusing alcohol off the roads, because obviously their vehicle does not start if they blow and they have any alcohol in their system. But we have found over the years that we've done that in Minnesota that sometimes the ignition interlock device doesn't work. And so they've been stranded at their home or alongside the road or other places, maybe at work. And so we added a provision that said, well, if the ignition interlock device doesn't work and you're stranded in your car, then the company that put it in will actually pay for the tow and the repairs. So I think that's fair. That will keep people safe. It'll keep drunk drivers off our roads. I'm very excited about that. I wish I had authored it again this year like I have in the past, but I was happy to work with Representative Cleaborn to move it forward and finally become law and finally protect our roads just a bit more. So thank you, Representative Cleaborn. The next portion, I am even more excited than ignition interlock, and this is Representative Moeller's bill. This is rewriting. I mean, we literally did the impossible, members. We rewrote the entire chapter of criminal sexual conduct. This was no small undertaking. It took, we statutorily required a working group to look at this, and it was a massive, massive group. And I'm sure that Representative Moeller will talk more about this and how large it was and how many subgroups within this large group. But I had the great privilege of kind of being the reason for the working group, I guess, because I had introduced a piece of legislation called Hannah's Law. And I have spoken about Hannah Trosseth on this floor before, but it's Hannah's story and many like her that initiated the statutory reform working group for criminal sexual conduct. And if you remember, Hannah Trosseth was living in Wisconsin, and she was 13 years old, and she was being groomed by some 20-year-olds here in Minnesota in Maplewood. And they convinced her on a very, very vulnerable point in her life. It was the anniversary of her mother's death. It happened to be New Year's Eve, that they were going to come pick her up and take her out for some fun. Her dad knew nothing about it. So they did come to her house. Her dad was already asleep. She got into the car with the one man that she'd been talking to on Facebook took her over to Minnesota, picked up another 20-something-year-old on the way, and those two 20-year-olds held her against her will, wouldn't let her leave, wouldn't let her contact her father, said, well, if you make a fuss, we're going to kick you out in the snow. And it was freezing, what it's like on December 31st here in Minnesota. And they raped her for over an hour, back and forth and back and forth. So the reason that I wrote the law is because even though Maplewood Police Department did an amazing job at investigating and coming up with great evidence, then they turned it over to the county attorney here in Ramsey County. And that county attorney reviewed that case 2 times. And then when I got involved, he reviewed it a 3rd time. And then now Paul Schnell, our commissioner for the DOC, was the Maplewood police chief at the time. He asked him to review it, and it was reviewed a 4th time. After 4 reviews of the case, even with, they had ample evidence, they decided to not move forward with charges. So I asked the county attorney at the time, why did you not move forward? And so he began to explain different parts of Minnesota statute that did not work. And so I wrote the first bill, Hannah's Law, out of desperation to get Hannah Tross some justice. Well, when you do big things like that, you need a lot of input. And so that became the statutory working group. And as that working group worked through line and page and number through our statutes, and they met for 2 years working through all of that. Some of it was virtual because COVID happened. But I was at as many meetings as I possibly could be. I only missed a couple. And I kind of became, now I wasn't officially assigned to it, but you know me, if I get my hands into something, I'm going to do it 110%, which is what I did. And they would often ask me, well, what do you think the legislature would do with this change or that change? And so my voice is literally throughout this entire, so they wrote a report, and that became this House File 707, and I co-authored it with Representative Mueller. And this is how law should be done, members. Working across the aisle with a common goal in mind, and at the forefront are the victims. The victims of crime should always be at the top of our mind. And we can put the partisan bickering aside and the lobbying back and forth insults, but at the end of the day, what's most important is that this law that we're writing today works for victims, and I'm going to tell you the last part, it actually works to try to stop the criminality, which is the last piece I'm really excited about. So I'm not going to take all of Representative Mueller's thunder away. She'll tell you more about the bill and what amazing things came out of it and about the Supreme Court ruling here in Minnesota and so on. But the last part I'm going to talk about ever so briefly is the alternatives to incarceration. Because as much as I care about victims, I also care about the criminals stop being criminals. They stop hurting people. And when I started my work many years ago in this body, and I started asking the DOC and Department of Public Safety, of all the people that come through our entire court system from arrest on, how many of them suffer from an addiction? And you know what they told me back then? And that number is consistent. It's between 85 and 90% of those that come through our criminal justice system have some sort of an addiction. And that addiction fuels our criminality. Members, I used to work at Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge, and I learned so much there. It was one of the most valuable experiences I've ever had in my life. And that is that if you can help somebody find healing and hope in their life and walk away from that addiction, they can reunite with family. They can get a job that's meaningful. They'll stop the criminal behavior. Those are all things that we want. So why I'm so excited about the Alternatives to Incarceration pilot program that we did in Anoka County, that, by the way, had an 85% success rate, which means 85% of the people didn't go back to prison, and instead they got treatment and they got help and they got healing and they stopped the criminal behavior. That's what I want to see. It's the whole spectrum. That is public safety. When they're not hurting more people, that is safe for the public. So the Alternatives to Incarceration program in this bill is expanded to Wright County, so I can keep an eye on it really closely. And that's under the jurisdiction of the DOC for federal or the felony cases. And then it's going to expand into greater Minnesota even further, up to Crow Wing County, because they have a lot of resources there for people that are struggling with addiction. And I am very, very excited to see expand there and hopefully change people's lives. Because what are we here to do, members? We are here to protect victims from violence. We are here to help the criminals find a different path and a different way and find hope and healing and stop the criminal behavior. That's public safety. So members, just those three parts. I am so excited that they are in this bill. And I'm just very, very happy to work across the aisle. There are many members on that side, and I don't need to name them, that work really hard, that care an awful lot. And, obviously there's members on this side too, but I'm looking over there right now because that's how you do good work. So members, thank you. And I appreciate you listening to me. And I just wanted you to let you know that there are some really great parts of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Mysanti, the Minority Leader, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to rise and speak to a provision that's not in this bill. And I actually think it's unconscionable. Last year we made some changes to our use of force statute, and the Attorney General took some actions that made that difficult to train our officers on that use of force statute and the changes. And because of that, and because this has been kind of thrown up in the air, we have a lot of communities who are border communities who receive mutual aid when they have a problem from our neighboring states. And this is such a problem that our neighboring states' law enforcement departments will not respond in Minnesota. I think you're going to hear from probably some of my colleagues talk about this. And while I think there's a lot of good things in this bill, I cannot support it without this. It's actually unconscionable that we didn't provide the time necessary to actually train our officers on this provision so that people know what the intent of the law is and how they're supposed to respond. But officers have not been trained. And this thing is already in effect. And the results of that, the ramifications of that are our neighboring states will not send officers into Minnesota anymore to respond when we request help. And there's a lot of people in this chamber who represent communities along borders. I don't. I've got, I think, one district, or maybe two districts between me and the border. So it doesn't necessarily impact my constituents, but this impacts our state. And, this also is a reason why we shouldn't do things quickly and without the right amount of thought and public hearings and input from law enforcement, because you end up with an unintended consequence. So last fall or last summer, we rushed something through as a response, and it created a huge problem in our state. And now it wasn't fixed. And I can't vote for this bill unless this provision is fixed. So I'm going to encourage members very strongly not to vote for this bill. And while I want to, there's a lot of good things in here, and I think everybody knows how strongly I support law enforcement. I've spoken about it half a dozen times today on the House floor. I want to vote for those provisions, but this bill doesn't go far enough. And it almost makes me wonder if that was intentional to exclude this as a way of keeping officers from other states from responding here in Minnesota. But until this provision is fixed, and we should have done it, this prevents our communities from using resources to keep them safe. I can't support this bill without that fix, and I'm going to encourage other members not to support it as well. This is a very, very serious issue, and it's a big reason why we shouldn't take quick action and do things as a knee-jerk reaction, because I've got a lot of folks who have border communities who have asked neighboring departments in other states for help, and they didn't get any help. So we think these issues only affect Minneapolis and St. Paul. They do not. This affects every community around the state, and it's unconscionable that we didn't fix it in this bill. So I'm going to continue to steadfastly support law enforcement, but this bill doesn't go far enough to give law enforcement the support they need in our state right now to keep Minnesotans safe. So unfortunately, I'm going to vote no, and I'm going to encourage other members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to thank Chair Mariani and Chair Becker-Finn for their incredible work on this bill, and it's been a pleasure to work with them throughout the session. They highlighted some of the terrific reforms that are in this bill already: civil asset forfeiture, fines and fees, U-Visa reform, police officer misconduct database, no-knock warrant reform, public defender and civil legal aid funding. Some really important and meaningful work. I just wanted to highlight 3 additional provisions that are in this bill that I think are going to be very meaningful to Minnesotans. And the first is the Hardell-Sherrill Act. And I was honored to carry this bill in the name of Mr. Sherrill, who tragically died in custody in a county jail. He was suffering from paralysis, and the individuals working in the jail thought that he was faking it, and they left him to die. And it is a tragic story that his mother, Delshea Perry, has brought to the Capitol, has brought all around the state to anybody who would listen. And unfortunately, her son was not the only individual who suffered this fate. There have been 50 individuals who died in custody in jails in the last 6 years in our state. We have double the average of suicides in jails in our state of other states. And so this is the first update in 50 years to our safety standards in our jails. The Department of Corrections has been a real leader in bringing this forward, and this provision will save lives. We also have really important juvenile justice reform in this bill. We are ending shackling of juveniles in this state. This is something that 32 other states have done. It is an archaic procedure. It is something that has been roundly rejected by those involved in the criminal justice system. It makes our youth have a presumption of guilt when they are coming into a courtroom. It is humiliating for them. It undermines their right to a fair trial, and it can potentially have lifelong consequences for them. We also have the alternatives to arrest provision in here, which will provide rehabilitative options for youth who are under arrest for delinquency crimes, and so this is something that will help them get back on track rather than take them further down the criminal justice system. And I want to thank Representative Heather Edelson for her work on these provisions as well. And the last is the jailhouse informant piece. This is a provision that will help ensure that we are not putting the wrong people in prison, and it is going to make sure that we are allowing disclosure and transparency in the process for jailhouse informants when we know that there is an incentive for those folks to inform, and often they inform multiple times. And this is going to be important transparency to make sure that we are not putting innocent people behind bars. So these are some of the really important provisions that are in this bill, and I just want to thank, again, the chairs for their hard work.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this is an interesting bill. Public safety and judiciary affects more than one branch and is sometimes tricky when you're working with other branches. My main mentor on the judiciary was a Democrat. Sandy Keith was Supreme Court Chief Justice, was the only Minnesotan elected to all 3 branches. And he was active in the public defender. He was active in mediation. He saw the whole scope. And when we have talked before his passing about how you handle the law and public safety, he was a staunch supporter of the rights of the defendant and of the convicted. But he also spoke to me about never forgetting the victims of the crime, and that public safety meant to ensure future safety. And that's why we've got the judicial system, why we have the correction system. It's twofold, and to reform somebody, help someone overcome their weaknesses and mistakes, but also help prevent further damage to victims or possible future victims. There's a lot of good stuff in this bill. There's some stuff that I don't agree with, but that's okay. But I am saddened that we did not take and make improvements to further ensure the well-being of the current, past, and future victims. Because that's what public safety is about, the safety of the public. And I think we did not give enough due consideration to that factor in weighing out the verbiage and the changes in statute. I hope next time we can keep that key in our minds, the victims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. When we were called to action so that we can respond to things that have been happening right here in our state, when the world has still continued to watch our steps, when our trail looks into what we have done to address the issues that is facing us. Members, we have fallen short. Knowing that we have got a divided government and having a platform to address the challenges we face with safety for the Black and Indigenous people, and the communities coming to us and asking us to act, failure was not an option. Failure was not an option. We could have done better. There's more work to be done by all of us. What I'm going to ask for from each and every one of us is to walk in our shoes and see what we see on the ground. When we're raising kids and informing them how they should be behaving when they see law enforcement, members, there's no one who's against police. No one is anti-law enforcement. The notion of creating divide and conquer is not the solution. The solution is to bring people together and find the best solutions that we can get. Not having the other body even have the decency of listening to the victims' families speaks of volume by itself. Looking ways to divide us as a way of saying the other group are against you does not bode well with me. The bill that we have here today, I'm going to support the bill to make sure that we can continue to move forward. But the trickle-down changes isn't the best solution. And the fact that many people have spoken about my city of Minneapolis, we all are state representatives. We represent the state of Minnesota and every city in the state of Minnesota. The challenges that we're facing, it's because of the disinvestments and the lack of cooperation from some of us right here when we address the public safety issues, when we address investments in our communities. Members, it's not good to start pointing fingers at one another. Pointing that Minneapolis has got this, has got that, should stop right here, right now. It doesn't help anyone. The perceptions that you're creating, the narrative that you're creating does not help the city of Minneapolis. It does not help the state of Minnesota. If you want to help, let's roll our sleeves and help to address the challenges that we're facing. I don't know if any one of you has met a parent or a family member who has lost a loved one because of police engaged in a forceful manner that they've injured or even killed one of their loved ones. While they will continue to knock our doors, we need to make sure that we also stand for one another as Minnesotans. I urge you to vote for this bill, but at the same time knowing that we have fallen short because of our divided government and making sure that we continue on that track of providing justice. All they're asking is for justice, and we should continue with that part. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker and members. I will ask you to vote green for this bill.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Madam Speaker and members, and I've heard a few things said in this chamber today, and I just kind of shake my head and just think about the gaslighting that's been going on. Politicizing public safety is wrong. No kidding. No kidding, folks. And yet, that's what has been going on. When you sit in public safety hearings and every group that's under the sun that is against law enforcement, that is anti-safety for that matter, out there looking for the buck, railing, calling us names, calling our cops names, saying that everybody's a racist, politicizing this public safety bill is wrong. But before you start saying things like that, one should look in the mirror, because I've been here for 5 years now. Always offering, if you want to work to stop violent crime, then let's get to work on it. Let's do it. I brought 2 bills. One is a watered-down version that came from to increase penalties for child pornography. One is a watered-down version that came from, I guess, over the Senate that I asked for a hearing for in the House. And it's to hold these people who are preying on our children accountable. I couldn't even get a hearing for that. Children that are being raped, tortured, sexually abused, from infant to teenager. Even the littlest measures to adjust that to increase penalties, I could not get a hearing in the House. But it did end up in the bill, and I'm thankful for that. It did end up in the bill because I'm sure it came from the Senate side. And I'm glad, Mr. Chair, that you agreed to have it in here. But I'm going to keep coming back with my other child pornography increase in penalties bill, which mirrors the federal statute, which will take these predators off the street, because our people who are working in ICAC, working in these computer crimes against children, they're screaming for help. They're screaming for help because they have to go to the feds to get any type of prosecution, to get any type of sentences for these people who are videotaping, sharing, disseminating, possessing videos and imagery of child rape, child torture, and sexual abuse. Because Our statute gives them a slap on the wrist and they get a walk. For possession, for dissemination, for manufacturing. Now, like I said, there are some adjustments that have been made in this field, but it's solely because of the minority report from the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. The agreement directs Sentencing Guidelines Commission to re-rank child pornography, possession and distribution, presumptive sentences on sex offender sentencing grid. 2 years ago, as part of the Public Safety Omnibus, the Sentencing Guidelines Commission was directed to study the ranking of child pornography offenses. This study was part of a bill that I authored. The Sentencing Guidelines Commission spent the last 2 years hearing from law enforcement and prosecutors who work in this area. And like I said, our law enforcement are screaming for help. They studied the issue and made changes in presumptive sentence of child pornography production, but again, it fell far short of what is needed to protect our children. The judges, prosecutors, and law enforcement officers, members of the commission, recommended the legislature re-rank and enhanced possession of child pornography, enhanced distribution of child pornography at a higher level than the current ranking. Still, our children are out there to be victimized. Because if we have higher sentences for dissemination, that's not the convictions that we have the highest level in. We have the highest level of convictions for possession. It was approximately 250 to 400 for possession. 34 prosecutions for dissemination. So thanks, good. We got 34 more of these people hopefully off the street, where we should have that few hundred off the street instead. We've got more work to do, folks. If you want to go after violent crime, if you want to keep our children safe, then come to work. Come to work to do that. The other thing I heard, protecting black communities. We're not listening to them. I have been listening, and I've been keeping track. You have failed in that. You have failed in that. 41 homicides already in Minneapolis alone. Now, you're not going to find the demographics on that website because that's been removed. But talking to the boots on the ground, about 80% of those are from the black community. The victims of these homicides are from the black community. I have not heard a single one of you talking about helping them, protecting them. I heard you talking about attacking our law enforcement, making it more difficult to do their job, but nothing about these victims of the homicides. Last year and this year. Last year was 83 homicides, third highest in history in Minneapolis. Where are the representatives for those districts? Why aren't they screaming for justice for those victims? I'm not hearing it. And those are just the homicides. 192 rapes this year alone, Minneapolis. What you have done to the law enforcement community has made their job harder. What you have done to the Minneapolis PD, demoralized, decimated their ranks for a city that size, so it makes their job damn near impossible to protect the communities that they love. They are your neighbors from every demographic that go out there to stand the line for you and for me. But you've turned your back on them, you've villainized them, you've defunded them. I hope you're proud of yourselves. If you want to work on stopping violent crime, I come to work to do that. But we have a lot of work to do. I'm going to be voting no on this bill.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably my first time speaking on this floor, but I listened to a lot of rhetoric from people who definitely didn't want to spend money rebuilding Minneapolis, but they'll definitely give us more police. But it's important to emphasize that the Constitution requires a lot of us. But above all else, the Constitution was written to restrain government from violating the rights of individual citizens. Conservatives often argue that this is the primary purpose of the Constitution, passing laws to prevent agents from the state from abusing their authority and violating the rights of Minnesotans. Is in the best tradition of small government conservatives and our founding fathers. While the Senate failed to deliver on our laws to ensure Minnesotans' rights are respected, I am heartened by the commitment that our governor has made yesterday to act to protect the rights of all Minnesotans against government abuse. The commitments made by the governor to act on the 30 Posse Caucus Post proposals forwarded by my colleagues and I has displayed the type of testicular fortitude that I spoke of us needing, that members of the other body lack, and that is required to protect the constitutional rights of all Minnesotans, even when it isn't politically popular. So when the Post Board begins to act in radical but righteous ways in defense of the Constitution, I don't want to hear my colleagues on the other side complaining that they're unable to influence those policy changes, or that the executive board is acting in defense of the Constitution or acting aggressively. Because if we don't act to protect the constitutional rights of citizens, the executive has the duty to do so. So I rise today to tell you that while you may think this is the end on police accountability, if you think this is the end on police accountability efforts this year, it's truly only the beginning. I look forward to the governor delivering on his commitment and coming back next year and continuing this work with the understanding that if we fail to act, we will invite the governor to do so instead. Nobody ever on this side of the aisle ever said defund the police. As a matter of fact, they haven't been defunded. People are talking about crime in Minneapolis and the gun violence in Minneapolis, and I have put forth several proposals because I live right in the thick of the gun violence. I know what my community needs, so believe me when I tell you we need investments in education. The state of Minnesota has the worst in the nation education gaps. Solid investments in housing. Homeless people are being evicted from outside while you'll fix this city up if a Super Bowl came and find a place for them to live. Let's be serious. I came here in 2016, and many of you remember me as an activist. I came here as an activist, and I was asking for some of the same things. And I promised you in 2016 that we would put people in place to be the change that we want to see. I guess I'm your worst nightmare on the other side of the aisle. But I'll reach my olive branch out to you and work frivolously with you to change the conditions that my community lives in. I'm not a monster. Neither is my community. We are underfunded, underrepresented in this body. We created a lot of the things that we complain about. We complain about crime in Minneapolis. We created that in this body by the underinvestments that we put into education. I will give Minneapolis nothing, but I definitely will give you more police if you ask for it. I will not help you rebuild because that's a Minneapolis problem, not a rural Minnesota problem. But I can remember when the rain didn't come and the farmers couldn't raise their crop. This body, from people from Minneapolis and St. Paul, gave money to rural Minnesota. When Minneapolis asked for you to help, you say, this is not our problem. So you tell me who's being hypocritical. Somebody said systemic racism doesn't exist in this body. I'm in the belly of the beast. I'm in the belly of the beast. You can't call me anti-police when I sit on Todd Axel's coordinating committee. I'm a member of that. I'm a member of the Ramsey County Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee. Matter of fact, I am the vice chair. I work with our Ramsey County Sheriff hand in hand. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. The police chief in Minneapolis is one of my great friends, and the deputy chief, we're from the same neighborhood in Chicago. You know the problem I have with that? Is none of those guys will come out and say John Thompson is my friend out of fear of what their colleagues might say. So we're not attacking anything that doesn't need to be attacked. When you say we're attacking the police, let's not play like Dante Wright didn't just happen. Let's not play like Philando Castile, who was my friend, wasn't racially profiled and murdered. As a matter of fact, my friend was pulled over because of his wide-set nose. Yo, this racial profiling is real because I have a wide-set nose, and so does my son. And every time you hear me standing up against police violence, it's because I want to protect my 13-year-old son from becoming the next victim. Let's not act like we haven't uncovered police officers instructing the emergency techs to shoot people with carmine over there in Minneapolis. Let's not play like we didn't have a Christmas tree decorated with Newport boxes and old English cans, and like we don't have a police problem here. And let's not forget, because in 2016 when I was here, we were sold on implicit bias training, de-escalation training, money. And as a matter of fact, when I look out of my door, the blood of my friend Philando bought a brand new training facility on Lafayette Road. And here, in this year, the field training officer killed George Floyd. The field training officer killed Dante Wright. So if you're sitting here blindly acting like we don't have a police problem, I believe you're the problem, not me. Nobody in this Democratic Party is anti-police. Nobody in this Democratic Party has ever stood up. Nobody in this building has ever stood up and said, defund the police. Find a record of me saying it. Because if I go outside right now and my car window's busted, guess who I'm going to call? And I would hope somebody with sensitivity would show up. I just want to share one story with you. I was at a gas station on the east side of St. Paul. And I put my coins in the car wash so I can drive through the car wash and get my car clean. Thing didn't come on at all. So I walked in the store and I asked the owner for my money back. He said he wouldn't give me my money back, and that's against policy. And so we get into this big, huge debate about my money. And I just said, this is a civil matter, call the police. The police show up, and guess what they do to me? They put me in handcuffs immediately. It's something about a 6'3" black man standing up for his rights. It's very intimidating to people like Grosso. It's very intimidating. But here I am. Someone said, John Thompson, you should be more like Martin Luther King. Well, he got shot in the face. And he's still right here now asking for the same thing through my body. I'm asking for the same thing that Martin Luther King was asking for, investments in the black community. We've tried policing Minneapolis. We've tried locking everybody up. We've tried the war on drugs, the war on crime. We've tried all of this police activity, and it's only gotten worse. But what we haven't tried is investing in education, fully investing in housing, fully investing in mental health providers, culturally intelligent mental health providers. We can't even pass a Teachers of Color Act without a fight from our Republicans like you know what we need in our community. You are not black. You cannot tell black people what they need in their community. I promise you, you can't, unless you want to trade skin colors with me. Last thing I'll say is this is not a black against white thing. It's not a black folks against blue. This is right against wrong. It's wrong for you to keep sicking the police on our community and not be willing to take a look into the things that are going wrong in the policing in this state. There are a lot of things that are going wrong. Stop acting like the police departments in this state don't deserve the critique that they're getting, because the world is watching us, not because of the oil refineries. The world is watching us because our police officers keep messing up. You cannot mistake your taser for a gun and kill somebody and not expect to be critiqued. Come on now. What type of planet do you live on? Call me whatever you want to call me, but you're not going to call me a fool. I'm asking you to sit back and just think about that. Think about tomorrow if your son gets his head blown off by a police officer, how you would feel. How you would feel. When we talk about crime in our community, my cousin Cody, there was a shooting in Uptown. That was my cousin. That was my cousin that was shot in the head. Right? Across the street from Rondo, right by Rondo High School, Bajan Adams. That was my cousin. I lost 2 family members to gang violence, gun violence. This year. I know that bringing more police are not going to stop this. I know that. I know that the underinvestments that you guys have made under your watch has created the doggone community that I live in right now. And you have the ability to fix what's in my community by listening to these black voices. We live there. I'm no longer a protester. I'm a lawmaker. I'm willing to work with any of you. As a matter of fact, I just shook Representative Miller's hand because he got some good work coming ahead with the Sheriff's Department, with the Department of Corrections. I am not a monster. I am just sick and tired of being sick and tired because we're going to lose another young man this year because of the inability to act on police reform. Everybody needs a little critiquing, including us. Everybody. We can do better. We don't have to fight each other every day, especially on things that matter to our community. Now, I'll end this by saying to you guys on the other side of the aisle, you guys matter to me. Your families matter to me. Your issues matter to me. Please return the same favor to me and my community. Make sure that we matter. Let's not play politics with people's lives. It really offends me when you talk about the murders in Minneapolis, when I know you're not doing anything to help other than send more police, more judges. Let's lock them all up. We lock them all up and they come home, brother. They come home to nothing. I had a young man tell me, a homeless man, tell me that the reason why he doesn't have a home is because every time he fills an application out, they either take his $75 or they'll call him back, or they won't call him back. But the people who call him back say, man, we can't get around that felony you had 10 years ago. He said he's sorry 10 years ago. So we're creating homelessness here. You're punishing people twice. Man, just take a look, hear me out. I'm willing to have coffee, sit down, eat breakfast with any one of you guys. I don't have all the answers, but I know together we can come up with the answers. And I always like to end by saying this because people put a lot of hate in the world. I love each and every one of you, and I hope that it comes back to me full circle. Thank you.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. To the members who have worked hard on this bill, I really do appreciate all that you're trying to do, but to my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle and what I just heard from Representative Thompson, here's the bottom line that I'm having right now with my friends in my community in Minneapolis. When I hear Representative Knorr, who I absolutely adore and love working with in the Jobs Committee, what I have to tell you is that my residents feel afraid to come here and share an afternoon and an evening. And I have never wanted to hear that. That is not what Minnesota state representatives do. And we do need to support each other. I have been fighting like crazy for businesses all over the state of Minnesota and including Minneapolis. So don't think for a second folks over here aren't trying to do everything we can to get businesses reopened, to have people feel safe, to fill up the Twin Stadium, to make sure that our downtown activities are robust. We need Minneapolis and St. Paul to thrive. But the matter of the fact is, there is a problem with bad policy in those cities that is driving some wedges between people. It's not a mistake that police officers are really struggling to do the right thing because they are right now so afraid of making a mistake. And there have been some really bad actors in that world that have caused us this today. But what I wanted to stand up about today, members, was really I wanted to say that there was a provision in this bill that I really do like. I want to really give a shout out to my friend Representative Moeller for working with me on the reform that we did on driving privileges when you get pulled over with a DUI. This is a big deal for us. I was working on this bill. Actually, we both kind of introduced the same bill at the same time. She has a bigger D behind her name than I have my little R, so that's why she got to carry it. But I was allowed to carry this in committee with Representative Moeller, so thank you for doing that and for working with us on the bill that will help more people get on the ignition interlock. And if you don't know what that is, ignition interlock is something that you blow into when you get into the car, and it makes that car know that it's you blowing into this thing, nobody else. And if you don't have any alcohol on that breath, it will allow the car to be started. And with that, it allows people to drive when you've made a mistake, to drive safely, and it also actually has you blowing this periodically when you're moving and driving the car safely. So it still knows it's you driving the car. So I think this is actually an amazing technology that is working quite well for people that can still stay productive in our society. A large part of this bill was getting rid of the public humiliation with the W, or what's called the whiskey plates. When you get pulled over, and if you want to drive and your offense is at a certain level, you lose your license plate, you got to get a new license. This bill now makes it easier and not as difficult as long as you sign up for the interlock system. If you want to drive, you got to have this. But now, because of the work with Representative Moeller and others, we don't have to have every car registered under that person's name as to be slapped with a W plate for everything and everyone in that family that has to drive that car for that public humiliation. This isn't necessary today when we have that kind of technology. So I just want to say thank you. This is a good component of the bill, a guy that works closely with folks in recovery and the addiction world. This is a good step to make sure that we're still driving very safely on the roads. This is supported by law enforcement. This is supported by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. It's supported by the attorneys that work in this field, and especially the DWI task force. So members, this was a good provision. We need to get our community and our state on a high pedestal once again of public safety. So with that, members, I thank you for your time.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I just want to thank the Public Safety and Judiciary team, Representative Mariani and Representative Becker-Friend, for both your teams and staff tireless work on this. We could not have asked for a better team to go to bat for our priorities. I want to remind the public that on April 21st, House Democrats voted and passed a public safety bill that contained my bill on statute of limitations on wrongful deaths. It passed the House and it was sent to the Senate. It came back with no statute of limitations. The Senate Republicans refused, like they have always have, to accept a rather simple bill. My bill sets the statute of limitations for wrongful deaths for all public employees at 6 years with a look-back period for 3 years. It provides the most basic thing of what any government should do to protect its public: accountability. From any professional serving a community, if there is misconduct or if they're accused of malpractice, victims should be able to file civil claims for their injuries or deaths. We already have something similar in law, that if teachers aren't doing their job, they can get their license suspended or revoked. If a patient was paralyzed during a surgery, the patient can sue the surgeon for malpractice. It makes sense that accountability also extends to public employees. No one should be an exception if they have wrongfully caused the death of someone's loved one. Which leads me to the next important point of this issue, which is compassion for the victim and the victim's families. Members, how this issue came to be came directly from families who felt wronged by public employees, more specifically by the St. Paul Police. Toshia Garraway's fiance, Justin Tigan, was found beaten and dead in a recycling dumpster. The last thing they saw in the camera captured by Walmart was the police in a foot chase with Justin. The next thing you know, he's found dead in a dumpster. I'm not jumping to conclusions, that's not my job here. But what I state are the facts, and you can draw your own conclusions. But what I hope you have is compassion for Justin and his family. That you see the pain and the anguish Toshia and her family has gone through to find answers to Justin when that camera wasn't able to capture what happened after the foot chase. I'm sure we can all agree that no one's loved one should be found in a dumpster. My bill would have helped Justin's family find those answers. Members, we've already done this for families of victims of child sexual abuse and other types of victims. And we can afford the compassion to do for victims like Justin. In 2013, Senator Limmer voted for a similar version of my bill. He did it for the Child Victims Act. Yet for victims like Justin, Senate Republicans don't care. Senator Limmer wouldn't even meet with Toshia Garraway, ignored her even. I even met with him myself, and he just said, well, I'll think about it. He never thought about it. So here I am, standing here on the House floor for one more push for the Senate to have compassion for Justin and his family. Who are we to stop his family from finding answers to why they found his body in a dumpster? They deserve answers, and my statute of limitations bill could have done that for them. Senate refused. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I thank the members for working on this bill. I know that public safety is a challenge. But I'm a little disturbed here in June when I received a letter that some of the members had received, and want you to be aware of this. The decision was made in 2020 to do the Minnesota use of force law. What that did to our communities on the edge, especially in my world of East Grand Forks, Moorhead, and Fargo area, they work all the time together to do law enforcement. And this is the letter that my law enforcement received before March 9th. Someone forwarded this to me just recently. As of March 9th, 2021, Moorhead and Clay County's longstanding partners from Fargo, West Fargo, and NDSU police departments, the Cass County Sheriff's Department, the North Dakota state agencies, including the North Dakota Highway Patrol and Bureau of Criminal Investigation, have notified Moorhead the City of Moorhead, the Police Department, Clay County Sheriff's Office, that they will no longer cross the state line to back up their departments or work any other law enforcement operations specifically due to the standards set out in the 2020 Minnesota Use of Force Law. Now, it might not seem a big deal. We're a small area. But in fact, these officers on both sides of the Red River work together often. They work on drug task force. They work on human trafficking. That's a big thing up there, believe it or not. I know even my own constituents are shocked when I say we've got a problem in our own area. But we really rely on each other to help. There was a law enforcement challenge just the other day. There were 7 law enforcement officers that could come. But down here in Minneapolis, the state highway patrolmen were gearing up to join them because we don't have law officers that are available. It's a problem in Minnesota in general. But I want you to know this is something we need to really think about. I understand when we're concerned about the use of force, but it really put North Dakota back and said, we're not getting involved. There's a lot of chases that go between the states. It's even been known to come by my little tar road 10 miles from the border, right down my road along with the law officers. It was a rude awakening at 2 in the morning, but when you hear all those sirens going by in the countryside. But it really helps us to keep the safety of our citizens. We are privileged to have probably a closer relationship with our law enforcement because we live and work with them on a more personal basis. But I want you to understand that when we make laws that are affecting the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, they also affect rural Minnesota. And so choices need to be thought about and made to deal with all of these issues. Now, Representative Baker made the comment that our people are not interested in coming to St. Paul, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and that's very true. In fact, they're shocked when I'm down here. Oh, really? Do you think you really should be there? And I explained to them there are many safe places here, and you do have to be careful. But it is really creating a problem. We need people to be able to be protected by law enforcement. There are things in this bill that I agree with. I'm thankful for the breathalyzer. I think some responsibility for the companies that make them would be very helpful for citizens who are trying to turn their life around. There are other reasons, and I heard some conversation here, and I'm going to add this to it. It's neither here nor there, but don't make assumptions about what we do and do not understand. Many of us have families that have been affected by different things. I'm not going into a personal story, but I really want you to all understand that there are a lot of members here that have backgrounds, whether it's a health issue or a law enforcement issue, or whether your family is victims or have been perpetrators, that we are all affected by these things. So it is very dangerous for us on both sides of the aisle to assume that we do not know what's going on. Representative Thompson, you ought to check the finances for each of the school districts. The rural school districts do not see the financing that the metro school districts see. You have more, I believe it's at least $3,000 to $5,000 more per student. My question is, what is the school doing with that? I was on the school board. I understand the challenges and the rules that have to happen. I've met with parents on both sides of the aisle that are having, and I mean children that are successful and children that are struggling, but there is a real important thing there to work with. We need to work with our schools. But I find it interesting that I hear this complaint often. Oh, well, Metro pays for rural Minnesota. Yes, there is not an even, Steven, equal number, but there is important things that happen on both sides of rural and the metro areas, or the larger cities, I should point out, that have differences. And we have all challenges. I have a fairly white community, but that's not exactly true all of the time. I represented Marquardt. I'm sure you could say the same thing. Years ago, it was unusual to have people of different nationalities. Hispanic was more often in our neighborhood. But also, that has changed tremendously. We don't seem to have the challenges. So why is that? I don't know. I don't sit on public safety. And as we move forward, I think we just need to be careful when we're talking about what we do or do not understand. And Madam Chair, I thank you for this time.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought I was lower on the list, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Several have spoke on this, of what is not in the bill, and that's what I'm going to start with. I am very, very appreciative to the Senate Republicans who were able to stop several terrible, terrible provisions. And among those, prohibitions on vehicle stops for equipment violations. That would have been terrible policy for Minnesota. The definition change of bias to include gender terms. That would not have been good policy. Peace officer use of deadly force video released within 48 hours. Madam Speaker, members, that would have been terrible policy. We did have an amendment to that. I was looking forward to voting against that amendment on the floor this evening. Unfortunately, that amendment was pulled by the majority party. To release video within 48 hours. Now, I do believe it is incredibly important for the purposes of transparency and accountability that video absolutely be released, absolutely. But to release within 48 hours, likely when an investigation is still ongoing, would have been very, very misguided and possibly dangerous to some who may be involved. So 48 hours is an arbitrary time, and I'm very thankful that that was not included in this bill. Another provision, police citizen oversight councils. Members, we heard about that in committee. I am a member. I'm very thankful of being a member of the Public Safety Committee. Thank you, Chair Mariani, for the opportunity to once again serve with you on that committee. And among the testimony we heard and among the conversations afterwards in regards to this provision, I believe that would have put many in place on these boards that don't have the law enforcement background, who don't understand some of the concepts and challenges that law enforcement officers make, but to put people in armchair quarterback positions would, I think, been very detrimental. Very detrimental, and I'm very thankful that that provision is not in the bill. Prohibition on private prisons and jails. I'm glad that provision is not there. My entire time in this legislature, we continue to have that conversation, and it is not good policy to put that in state law, and I'm glad that was taken out. A definition to redefine public safety, I don't think was a wise provision, and I'm glad that is missing. Another provision that I'm glad was taken out, expanding housing discrimination protections for those on public assistance. Members, we have had, and we've seen for a year and a half now, our housing providers losing money, being very challenged, having government confiscate their private property rights, to usurp their ability to make decisions on their own private property rights. We've seen usurping of contracts between willing adults already in this legislature in the last couple years. And we do not need to further hamper and handcuff our housing providers on the decisions that they make for what they believe to be best in contract negotiations. So I'm glad those provisions were not in there. But there is one more that I'm very frustrated is not in there, and it's one that Representative Dowd opened up with. That the training was not included in this bill. And we have seen the impact. We've seen the Star Tribune article. At least I have. I hope you have, Madam Speaker. I hope everybody in this body saw the article, I don't know what it was, two months ago or so now, where the border cities, those cities on Minnesota border, are having challenges with agreements to have backup support from other states because they don't want to come into Minnesota and risk their law enforcement officers to be subjected to provisions that I think were unwise that we passed. So it's very frustrating that that is not in the bill. A couple comments, Madam Speaker, that I heard so far. No one is against law enforcement was the claim. That's not true. I have a picture. We've all seen the picture. Minneapolis, 75% of the Minneapolis City Council standing up on a stage, right beneath them, large letters, defund the police. That is anti-law enforcement. So the claim that no one is against law enforcement, you need only look to the leaders of Minneapolis. Who controls Minneapolis, Madam Speaker, for decades? The Democrat Party. Democrats standing on a stage opposing law enforcement. Another claim was made, perceptions members are creating about Minneapolis. There's no perception. You know the old adage, perception creates reality or perception is reality? Well, that's not what's happening here. It's not a perception. The reality is that the leadership of Minneapolis is anti-police. It's not a perception, it is a reality that gun violence is skyrocketing as a result. It's not a perception that young people in Minneapolis are being shot. That is a reality. And if the Democrat leadership in this body want to relegate that to some perception so they can ignore it, that does a disservice, not only to their own constituents that are being detrimentally impacted by violence and gunshots, but it's a disservice by a majority Democrat Party who wants to sweep reality under the rug and define it as perception for the entire state. I heard a claim violent crime in Minneapolis and St. Paul is not skyrocketing, or is skyrocketing because of underfunding. What bull hockey? Skyrocketing crime is not happening because of underfunding. Crime is happening because of a willingness to turn a blind eye to those that are committing crime. We had an amendment that attempted to take guns and increase the crime on gangs, gang members who were trafficking guns. And the majority party here didn't support that. That's why crime and violent crime are skyrocketing, not because of underfunding. I heard a reference to Dr. Martin Luther King a few minutes ago. You know what I really hope, but I have not yet seen in my time in the majority party in this body. I actually look forward to the day when his dream is realized by the majority party and they actually honor the words. To be judged by the content of one's character and not by the color of their skin. I have heard over and over and over again in committee and on this floor and in committees that I'm not a member of. Brown, blacks, indigenous, BIPOC, continuously judging people by the content of their, or the color of their skin, grouping people together as some homogenous group, eliminating the individualism of people. and looking at people as single groups without individual minds. That is such an offense. It is such an offense, but the Democrat Party continues to promote the idea of judging people based on the color of their skin rather than the content of their character. I long for the day when I and other people are evaluated as individuals with individual minds. I heard a comment about systemic racism. Madam Speaker, there are certainly warts on our nation. Those warts are real, and real people were hurt. Real people were crushed. Real dreams were eliminated. And I do not dismiss that at all. But to continue the false narrative that institutional racism is still tolerated and alive and well is a falsehood. It is a falsehood. So, members, I do have the compassion. I don't know if Representative Vang is still on the floor, but I really do empathize. I do. And there are, Madam Speaker, there are law enforcement officers that are rotten apples, that have used their position of power to abuse that power and infringe on the liberties of citizens. That has happened, and it does happen, and it will happen. Because, like every profession, the profession is made up of individuals, and individuals themselves have flaws. And those flaws can have a detrimental impact and have had a detrimental impact on others. But that and those actions of individuals is not the same as tolerated, accepted, institutional racism. It is not the same. I just am so tired, and I actually weep for our young children who are being taught in schools that they cannot advance, that they are being held back by some false notion of institutional racism. Or here's another one, white privilege. Members, white privilege is a fictitious idea invented by those who hate truth. If any young people or even adults today are being taught the idea that they cannot realize their dreams and they're being held back by some abstract force called institutional racism, it does a disservice. I explained my own family members here a couple days ago. You know what we believe, Madam Speaker? We believe that we are not victims. We will never succumb to the idea that we are victims. Instead, we are empowered to chase our dreams. We will never be victims because that becomes a detriment to people. And it's a poison to be taught that you're a victim and that you can't achieve. So, Madam Speaker, and Representative, I already mentioned Representative Vang, but I'll just say it again. I do have compassion for those hurting families. Oh, she is there. I'm sorry, I didn't see you behind. I didn't see you there. Some of the stories you mentioned, again, they're hurting people. They're hurting people. And those acts were committed, and they deserve to have answers. I do not take that away from them. But the answer is not to defund the police, and that's what we've seen. And we can compassionately hold accountable police officers who do abuse power. We can do that by individually holding them accountable without grouping the entirety of law enforcement professionals and calling for them to be defunded. And I'll finish with this, Madam Speaker. As a former truck driver, I actually think it's a prerequisite to be a coffee drinker to be a truck driver. But as a former truck driver, I love coffee. I love coffee. And if you put anything in the coffee, it's no longer coffee, in my opinion. It has to be straight coffee. It's something else, it's just not coffee. So I love coffee anytime, any place. Representative Thompson, I don't see him on the floor. I know Representative Franzen and I know others would love to have a coffee, as long as it's a good coffee. Because I appreciate a good coffee. And I love conversations. And I love learning about other people. In fact, I would rather, outside of this place, I really don't like talking politics. I love to learn about other people having nothing to do with politics. And I would love to have a coffee, and I would take up anybody, not only Representative Thompson, on that offer. So, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And first of all, I want to remind members of the state of Minnesota, members of the legislature of the state of Minnesota's House of Representatives, as well as the public, that Minnesota has some of the highest standards for police officers in the nation. We are known nationwide for our high-quality education system, the training that we mandate for police officers. There has been a false narrative pushed forward by some that somehow the personnel or the training requirements of our officers are low skill or low talent. Couldn't be further from the truth. The reality is other states come to Minnesota to recruit our college graduates who have majored in law enforcement, public safety, and criminal justice, and our public can maintain the high level of confidence they have in their civil servants about that. We have some of the best police officers in the nation, and on behalf of myself and the vast majority of Minnesotans, we want to thank those people for their service. Yesterday, my colleague from Ramsey County, who represents St. Paul, Representative Thompson, cited me by name in a press conference. He cited me by name, and I saw that, and of course, being me, I thought I had the perfect response for it, that I would come to the House floor and I would antagonize and annoy him. I've been told that apparently I have a gift of being annoying. Surprised to learn this. And I was going to explain to him that he doesn't know me. You don't know my background, so when you accuse me of being partially responsible for these crimes, you're really acting from a seat of ignorance. And I was getting ready I wrote that all up and I was ready to go today. And then I realized, you know what? I don't know him. I don't know his background. So who am I to throw rocks at him? And, given this choice of the angel speech or the devil speech, maybe I shouldn't give the devil speech. Maybe I should give the angel speech, right? And so what I'm extending to my colleague, Representative Thompson, today, and to everyone here, is I want to invite Representative Thompson to my house for dinner. Just my wife and I and him. And the first thing that he will learn when he comes to my house, the first thing he will learn about me, is that I have an absolutely gorgeous, just drop-dead beautiful wife. That's the first thing he's going to learn about me. And the second thing he's going to learn about me is he's going to be like, Garofalo, how did you trick this beautiful woman into marrying you? How did this happen? But then after we do that, after we sit down and we have dinner, I want Representative Thompson to pick a member of this side of the aisle and invite them to his house for dinner. And then whatever Republican he invites, I want that Republican to invite a DFLer to their house for dinner. And keep that cycle going on between now and the next session. And the end result of that is going to be that every member in this chamber will have both hosted a member of the opposite party and gone to a member of the opposite party's home for a meal. And I'm not under the illusion that's going to solve every single problem we have, but I do think it would help provide a better understanding of the worlds that we live in. The polarization in this country, the political extremes are just ripping this country apart at the seams. And that would just be a real modest gesture that I think we can all do between now and the next legislative session, just to get to know each other a little bit better. So I don't know what that has to do with public safety, but I did want to extend that offer to the gentleman from Ramsey County, and I want to extend that offer to other people in the chamber. Of course, the key to this is going to be to get front on the list
to be one of the first ones picked, because when it gets down to the bottom of the 134 that are left, that's going to be a pretty tough crowd left over there. So make sure you try to get on the top of the list. But Madam Speaker and members, I do want to thank members of the Committee of Public Safety for their work on this bill. There's some good things in there. There's some bad things in there. There's some things that are missing that caused me to vote no today. I can't support this bill. But I do recognize that we have a public safety crisis in this state, in this region. And you can assign blame. We can deny who was talking about defunding what. But what we can all agree on is we ain't going to get out of this unless we work on it together. So, Madam Speaker, remember, those are my comments. I'll be voting no on the bill today. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I guess I want to start by telling you what it's been like to sit here for the last couple weeks as a representative from Minneapolis and hear some of the things you all have been saying. You know, I represent the area where George Floyd was killed. Many of you, you know, everybody's probably has heard me talk about this, but a lot of you visited my district after it was impacted by the civil unrest or the uprising. We've been through a lot. My community's been through a lot. Every community in the state's been through a lot in the last year, I think, or 15 months. But man, South Minneapolis has been through a lot this year. And our city's like in it. We're in this really difficult and complicated conversation about how we build true community safety for every person that lives in our neighborhoods, in our city. Because the reality is that not everyone feels safe right now. Not everyone is able to feel safe when they walk outside their home. Many people in this chamber, your colleagues, don't feel safe when they're being pulled over by a law enforcement officer. Many of us as parents have to worry about sending our kids out and whether they're going to make it home or not. And you know, in Minneapolis, we have to worry both about community violence, right? But also, more heartbreaking for somebody who works in the position that I work in, whether a paid employee of the state is going to kill our child, because all of these people who have died are somebody's child. So like, we're in it in Minneapolis, and it is incredibly painful to sit here and have my community's profound suffering weaponized for political ends. And so I would ask you, before you start talking about Minneapolis and what a lawless hellscape it is, to think about if that was your neighborhood. Think about if that was where you were raising your child, because I'm raising my child there. That's where I live. It's not a hellscape, it's a place, just like anywhere else that has challenges. And, you know, as Representative Thompson said, when our communities have challenges, that's when we come together. And, you know, so one of the amendments that I filed and that I'm not offering today was the police, the Civilian Review Commission that Representative Lucero talked about. And I just want to talk really briefly about that. Because the situation that we have in my city is one where trust has been broken. Trust has been broken between those sworn to protect and serve us and the folks who are supposed to be protected and served. And so all of these distortions happen when that's the reality, right? And so I was originally going to get up and appeal to you to say, look, if you're a supporter of law enforcement, then you should support their legitimacy in the communities that they serve, right? And relationships, whether it's a relationship between people who love each other, or people who are in a relationship where they don't get to choose, which is like, frankly, what our relationship with law enforcement is. We don't get to choose our cops like we choose our spouses. A relationship with no accountability is no relationship at all. And when trust has been broken, and we are expressly remove the ability of municipalities to build systems of accountability between police and the communities that they serve, that does not serve the interests of public safety. I'll tell you because I'm living through it in my community right now. That when that relationship is broken, it takes repair. Again, just like any human relationship, when trust has been broken, accountability must be present, and repair must happen in order to move forward. In a very practical sense, what this means, and we have law enforcement officers who serve with us, is that communities don't trust the police and don't share information with them. And that makes it really hard to solve serious crime. When the community when that trust has been broken, when that legitimacy isn't there, it's difficult for people to feel safe even talking to or interacting with law enforcement. And I know that that's not the experience that a lot of you have, and it's not the experience that a lot of your constituents have. But I guess, like Representative Thompson said, we don't just work for our own neighborhoods, we work for the whole state. And when trust is broken between law enforcement and the community in the biggest city in this state, in the economic driver of this state, it is all of our concerns. And taking tools away to rebuild trust and accountability is not the way to make things better. If you support law enforcement and you support us moving forward in those areas, which, again, I know are not all areas, where that trust has been breached, then we need to be listening to what communities want, listening to what communities need to restore that relationship, or maybe to get there for the very first time in some cases. The other thing, and I mean, obviously this is all personal, right? But you talked about the 48-hour body camera rule, Representative Lucero, and we call that Kobe's Law. And Kobe Heisler was the child of dear friends of mine. So I first met Kobe when he was a baby. And I remember when he kind of started, toddling around. And I saw him occasionally over the years. I didn't see him a ton. I knew him mostly through his father, Jason's stories. Kobe was Jason's only child. And he was so proud of him. And he talked about him all the time. He shared his pride at Kobe's skills and talents and his kind soul, in the way that he cared for his grandparents, who he lived with and took care of. Kobe did. And how he cultivated beauty and joy in the world by cooking really good food and growing plants. And he crossbred this kind of iris that has 3 different colors on it, and it looks like a sunset. And his mom has it tattooed, is getting it tattooed on her forearm. And Kobe Heisler had autism. He was in an acute mental health crisis. He was a big boy. He was 6'2". And like I said, he lived with his grandparents. And he was really upset. He was really worked up. His grandparents didn't know what to do. And they called 911. While they were waiting for the police to arrive, they kind of got the situation calmed down. Kobe calmed down. And they called 911 again, and they said, You know, this wasn't the first time that Kobe had interacted with law enforcement. Like a lot of people who have experienced really serious mental illness, it wasn't the first time that he'd interacted with them. And the last time that he'd interacted with them, he ended up on an involuntary hold. And it was really traumatizing, really hard for him. And so when they got him kind of calmed down, they called 911 again and they said, you know what, we're good. Like, please don't send anyone because he's chill and like if the cops come, it might just escalate things and please don't come. But it's their protocol to come when you get a 911 call. You know, right, Representative Johnson is nodding his head. That's what you have to do. So you have to respond. And the police came and they started interacting with Kobe and he got upset and they were in a small area in the grandparents' living room and they tased him when they couldn't control him physically. And then they shot him and they killed him in front of his grandparents. And he was 21 years old. Young man with autism in the middle of an acute mental health crisis. And so at Kobe's memorial service, well, first, I just want to say that right after Kobe was killed, I went and found his dad. And, you know, I hugged him and he just collapsed onto me. And it was maybe the hardest time that I've had in this job because what he said was, you know, Kobe, you can help me get justice for him, right? Like, they're not gonna get away with this. You can help me, right? And I couldn't tell him then, but I knew, no, I can't. We don't have the tools. The officers will probably not have any consequences because of it. And they have not. At Kobe's memorial service, our friends, Starry and Monque led us in singing a song that was sweet. It's a Sweet Honey in the Rock song that's based on a poem by Khalil Gibran, which is called On Children. And it says, your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you. To me, being a parent is this experience of like indescribable attachment and investment in another person, having your part of you exist outside your body. But parenthood also requires all along that we, from the first time they turn away from us, to crawl or walk like in the other direction. I remember that moment. But we have to release them. We have to accept the fact that they're ours and they're not ours. And I guess I just want to say that my friends Amity and Jason and their partners Encarnacion and Laura have spent the last year and a half, it'll be 2 years in August, coming here. If you're on the Public Safety Committee, then you've seen Amity speak and you've heard her story about her sweet boy. And so they have, they have turned that love and release that we have to do as parents into working on this policy change. Because they had the experience of going through, I think it was a year, and not being able to see the body cam footage of when their son was killed. and not having that closure. And when they were able to see it, it was edited. And they don't want another family to go through that. And so that's the body cam policy that was in my amendment. We call it Kobe's Law. And, you know, I think that none of us would ever wish that on our worst enemy, what my friends Jason and Amity have been going through. And, you know, Representative Vang talked about Tashira and Justin, and we talked about Philando. And for every one of these stolen lives, there's all of these people behind them and their families. And so, you know, I'm inviting you again into that compassion and into thinking about what it would mean for you if when you sent your teenage boy out, you weren't sure if he was going to come back. And it wasn't because of community violence, but because of violence perpetrated by somebody who works for the state, who is a public employee. And so that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to talk about Kobe a little bit. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say, members, having this number of us all together for the very first time this session is really amazing. And it is good to be here. I haven't even had a chance to meet all of the new members, and I look forward to that. I know, looking at the order of business that we're on, I should be saying something about the bill at hand. And I can honestly say thank you to so many of the members that have worked on the committees, both sides of the aisle, getting us to this point. There are good things in here. I specifically really appreciate the work done by Representative O'Neill, Representative Moeller, the recommended changes to the criminal sexual conduct statutes. I think that's going to move us forward. There are also some things that are missing, and we've heard a lot already today and through the evening, it looks like. But if I could just talk about a couple of things. My community in 2003 experienced a very devastating tragedy with a shooting that occurred in our school. And I had 4 children in the building at that time. I was not on the school board at the time, but I was a parent who was actually out of the country on a trip. And my parents had to walk through with my 4 children at that time in the most difficult thing that we had faced to that point in time. But what I can tell you with that is our phone started ringing off the hook with people all over the country that first cared about our family. And then our school heard from all over the country people that cared about our school and wanted to just say, we care. If we can help in any way, we want to. They didn't politicize it. But I can honestly tell you that, Representative Gomez, when I hear you talk about your community that you represent, I had the honor of walking through that last year with Representative Gomez and others, Representative Dabney. There were others there, and just feeling that sense of devastation. And what people didn't know at that time is that I actually grew up right there. I grew up on 31st and Elliott. Actually, before that, we had lived on 27th and Pillsbury. But that was a real pivotal time for me growing up and getting to know that community. And so watching years later what happened, it hit a different place in my heart. So the reason I bring up what my community now faced in 2003, people weren't trying to fix it or even to judge us in Cold Spring. They were offering a lending hand. They were saying, we care and we want to help you in any way. That's the position that I take with what I see our metropolitan area, Minneapolis and St. Paul specifically. There is no judgment. If you hear from me the level of rising crime that is definitely happening, there is no judgment on my part. I want to step in and say, I care. I am from Minnesota and I care. How can I help? I refuse to politicize that. But some of the work that I have been doing over a number of months is taking place behind the scenes. I don't want to come to you and say, here's all the answers, this is what you need to do, but I want to learn, and I have had great conversations with some community leaders from some of those areas. And the most surprising thing is a number of them have said, you're the first one that's reached out to me. I don't even say that as judgment at all, but I believe we can work together, because when I read news stories and I hear of children that are caught in the crossfire when they are just being children, that's what brought me to that. I talk about it being that line in the sand that, you know, even though it may not be your exact neighborhood, something has to be done. I have 4 grandchildren, similar ages to those that have been caught in the crossfire, and no family deserves that. That was my line in the sand to say, Lisa, it is time to step up, step in, and try to assist in some ways. Do I have any great answers for you right now? No, but we are working together for those. I believe making sure that there is adequate police protection for the neighborhoods all over the state that need it is very needed. Then when those peace officers can do their work, we know that the community relations and the investment into the communities, from our youngest kids to our oldest population, can be handled. One of the other things is we talk about hearing about the achievement gap, and we know that is an area in Minnesota that can't be denied. We are getting known across the country for an achievement gap. But we don't put our heads in the sand and say, don't talk about that, we don't want to talk about it. We're looking for solutions. The same way when we have rising crime. We can't just look away and say, we don't want to talk about it. We need to actually address it and come up with some solutions that are going to bring the crime level down, to ensure that all of our communities can be safe, they can be effective, they can be that economic hub that we need from all areas, but all over our state. And one other thing, I heard Representative Thompson mention those that he has lost to gun violence, and you have my greatest sympathies. Anyone that loses any family or friend to any type of violence is devastating, and you do have my sympathies. But right before I close, Madam Speaker, if I could correct something. I also heard from my colleague, Representative Thompson, that we're not black. Well, Representative Thompson, I am. And I'd just like to correct that. Again, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to talk for a minute about the survivors that are behind the sexual assault provisions in this bill. I know that a little bit has been said about that already, but I just want members to know how many years survivors of sexual assault and other survivors of crime have been speaking out for change and for justice. And it was really this, them coming to the legislature, them telling their stories to the media, asking for change, knowing that that change wasn't going to impact their cases, because any change they were asking for could only be applied forward. So they came and shared these incredibly traumatic experiences with us and with the media, because they didn't want the same thing to happen to others. And I know Representative O'Neill talked about the working group that was created, and that working group was really led by the efforts of survivors. And it had defense attorneys, prosecutors, advocates, nonprofits, a whole host of stakeholders who came up with really great recommendations for us to enact into law. And so the bill that you're going to be voting for today has those recommendations in it. And I know a lot of you know about the voluntary intoxication piece that's in the bill because of the Khalil Supreme Court decision that came out. And I know many people were shocked when that Supreme Court decision came out. And of course, it's shocking to find out that our law lacks protections for victims who are raped while they are voluntarily intoxicated. But those of us who do this work, and to the survivors who've experienced, we weren't shocked by this. This is our law, and this has been our law since the 1800s when women were considered property. So this is a really big deal today that we are changing that law. We also have other provisions in the bill that protect more child victims of sexual assault, and another one that creates a crime of sexual extortion. And we heard from survivors who participated in the working group that this area was particularly a problem in the area of housing, where someone would threaten, usually a woman, to not have to pay rent in exchange for sexual favors. In fact, in 2017, the Department of Justice started a study on sexual harassment in housing. So we're creating that crime of sexual extortion in this bill. And importantly, this bill also is creating a new working group on predatory offender registration. And this was really important to the members of the working group because those laws have been enacted years ago, and we keep adding and adding and adding more registration requirements, especially for juveniles, for things that aren't even related to sexual assault. And we really need to take a look at that. And the survivors are telling us we need to take a look at that. I know we heard about Patty Wetterling today. She actually came and testified in committee and said, take a look at this. This was not our intent when this law was passed. It's gotten out of hand. And so I challenge all of you, when that working group that's created by this bill comes out with the recommendations, to read the report, and let's work together and enact those changes that the Predatory Offender Registration Working Group suggests. And now I'm gonna miss certain people, but I really want to call out some of the people who were so instrumental in making us see the need for these changes. And first and foremost is Keila Marie Granda, who is watching somewhere. She was hoping to get a pass today, but was unable to come into the gallery. So she's somewhere in the Capitol, and she has her service dog with her. So you might have seen her walking around. And she was just very instrumental in not only getting this up and running, but keeping the group together and keeping them working and working behind the scenes to make sure that this got passed. Katie Kelly was a survivor who testified frequently in committee. Lindsay Bryce from Mincasa, and several practitioners, Karen Long, Christina Warren, Suzanne Elwell, Peg Larson, and so many others. Representative O'Neill, your support, your fierce advocacy for survivors has been instrumental, and you did a ton of work behind the scenes, because I think when you're in the minority, sometimes that's where the work has to happen. And this couldn't have been possible without your efforts. Representative Miller, really enjoyed working with you on this issue and on the conference committee. And to Chairs Becker, Finn, and Mariani for their unwavering support for survivors and for hearing these bills and moving them forward. Another provision in this bill was brought to me by a constituent named Shayla, who's a member of the National Guard and who was sexually assaulted by another Guards member. And when she reported her crime to local law enforcement, she was told, "Why do you want to ruin this young man's life?" And nothing happened, and Shayla spoke out against this and then found other members of the National Guard who were also sexually assaulted by this same person, but by other women had similar experiences with others in the Guard. And so it was her idea to have the BCA investigate all of those sexual assault cases that were committed by and against Guards members. That's in this bill. We also have in this bill ending the statute of limitations for prosecution of sexual assault cases. And again, this is something that survivors have been working at for years. And I remember that one of the testifiers, when we heard this bill in committee, said, sexual assault is a crime that silences. Why do we want to continue having arbitrary deadlines for prosecuting these cases and further silence victims? And I can tell you that they are thrilled that this is in the bill. Sarah Super, Asma Nizami, they were instrumental. I think Representative Gomez, we met with them before we even got sworn in and talked about that bill. And Representative Hollins carried it this year. So I just want to close by saying to the survivor victims who are listening, we see you, we hear you, and we support you with this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to make a couple of comments on the bill, and wanted to thank Chair Becker-Finn for her work on this from the judiciary, civil law, and data practices aspect of the bill. And thank you for your hard work on that. And I'm pleased. I would have liked to seen the civil asset forfeiture stuff go a little bit further, but I feel like we're getting there. We're making some progress, going down the road on that. I think it's more needs to be done, absolutely, for sure. So I hope the efforts will continue on that. I'm very grateful that the reinstitution of the Data Practices Commission is in this bill, and members, that really could be a full-time committee with all of the data issues that we take on in that commission. And so maybe someday that will be a full-blown committee, but for now I'm really grateful to have the commission. It's if you've never served on it, sign up, at the beginning of every year when we, or every 2 years when we sign up to be on different commissions and stuff, sign up to be on that. It's a bipartisan effort, and I've really grown to respect the folks that I serve on that with from both sides of the aisle. So it's issues that really don't have a conservative or a progressive or liberal bent. It's stuff that affects all of our lives and affects our constituents daily. Members, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this bill this evening. I am very disappointed still that my amendment to get these firearms out of the wrong hands was not taken. The first time that I offered that amendment, it was ruled out of order because it was instituting a new felony. And I had the fiscal note in my hand at the time that said there was zero cost to institute that bill. And I really, truly want to make sure that firearms are taken out of the wrong hands. And so, members, I would hope that in the future, Representative Mariani, maybe even next year, would grant that bill a hearing. I think it will help keep our community safer. With that, I don't have a lot more to add, so I will let others finish. The hour is getting late, but I just wanted to address those couple of things. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be long because the hour is getting late, and I think much of what has been said captures many of the things that I would say. And I was taught a long time ago, you don't have to repeat everything that's already been said, even if you might be able to say a little bit better. But I will not do that. What I do want to do is just get the moment to thank Chair Mariani, Chair Becker-Finn, and also Vice Chair Moeller, because we've had a chance to really get to know each other better working to put this bill together and to accomplish some of the things that we have in this bill, and I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you all for that. This is my first term and my first year of my first term, and I've learned a lot, I've learned a tremendous amount of knowledge and patience that I'm not always known for, although people think I'm pretty calm. Ask my wife. But I want to thank you all for that, for giving me that gift. I truly appreciate it, and I truly appreciate you. What I do want to say is, Representative Lucero talked about Martin Luther King, and he quoted the comment that most people quote, judge me on my character, not my skin. I would love to be only judged on my character, but my lived experiences, current and past, have informed me that that is not always the case. And I never make assumptions about anyone, but I can only tell you what I experience. And when I experience situations, when I can absolutely rule out every other factor besides the fact that I'm a black man and mostly white spaces, I cannot rule out the fact that we still deal with a system that is very much designed for people that look like me and from where I come from not to be successful. And that's an important thing for us to know. That's an important thing for us to grapple with and for us to acknowledge. Because Minnesota doesn't have some of the deepest disparities in the state because these things don't exist. Minnesota absolutely has some of the deepest disparities in the state because these things do exist and they are real. But again, I do not judge my colleagues on the other side because you may not have these lived experiences. I don't judge you for that, but I do ask you to look deep inside and acknowledge that when people that look like me tell you that it's happening. Just acknowledge that. Because someone said we have to work together. But if you can't acknowledge these things, it's going to be very hard to work together. That is what divides us. When we fail to see the humanity in others, when we fail to acknowledge the experiences that others tell you that they're living, that is what divides us. And we have to stop doing that. I do have to say that as I've sat through many, many Zoom sessions during this legislative session, and now to be in person, the obsession and the villainization of Minneapolis it baffled me initially. It baffled me. The continued narrative of we want to defund the police, and when we say on this side, we're not saying we want to defund the police. And I'll just say this, point to me anywhere in this bill that says we're defunding the police. I'd love for you to point it out, because if it's there, then I'll acknowledge it. Hey, we're doing that, but it's not in this bill anywhere. Can't say that. Law enforcement associations, we talk to them repeatedly. They will never say that. The DFL is defunding law enforcement. They will say the exact opposite. I can tell you that. But Minneapolis didn't even defund the police. And when we got the data, their city council members may have used the word, but in reality, their charter commission stopped that. The charter commission that is made up of civilians. And I make a point about that because Representative Lucero said we shouldn't have civilians on civilian review boards to look at officers in their conduct. But we have civilians on our city council. We're all civilians. We don't have a particular expertise in particular things, but we're here to make decisions that are going to impact this entire state. And part of those decisions are to hold our public officials accountable. And if we have a system that is not doing that, that will fall back on us because we have the ability to change that. And when we fail to do the things that we need to do, according to our Constitution, we are allowing more killings to happen. We are allowing more civil arrests to happen. We are allowing fellow Minnesotans to continue to be impacted by a system that we were elected to ensure. We were elected to ensure that every Minnesotan was treated fairly, equitably, and equal in this state. That's on us. That's on us every time we don't take action. Every single time we don't take action, that is on us. And as the one thing I will say, when this session is over and I'm talking to folks about how my first year went, I'm going to say I was disappointed because we missed a moment to take that action. We missed a moment. My colleagues over here in the Posse Caucus fought very hard to push us to help us and make us meet that moment, to help us live up to this moment. I am very disappointed. I am very saddened by the fact that we failed Minnesotans and we have not met this moment. The world has been watching us for almost 2 years. And I think they were hoping for us to shine a light through this darkness. The pandemic, the police brutality, the murder of George Floyd, the killing of Dante Wright, the history with the killing of Philando Castile, and others. That is how people view our state. In fact, my relatives, my siblings, my sisters and brothers, I'm the only one. I grew up in Chicago. I'm the only one who left the state. They've all moved out of the city. It's tough neighborhoods that we grew up in. They all live in the suburbs now. But they thought when I left that I was escaping something. And when they see what's happening now, they ask me, or they say to me, we can't believe that that's happening in Minnesota, for one, because they did see it as a friendly place, right? But when they see this, and they see what we're in the midst of trying to solve, they say, are you safe? Those are the text messages I get. Those are the late calls I get. Those are the emails I get. Are you safe? Should you come back home? Do you need anything? I can't say I'm safe all the time because I still have to get in my car and I have to drive. I have to go in the stores. Hell, I take walks in my community. I can't say I'm safe all the time, but what I can tell them is that I believe I am here for a reason. And I believe that that reason is to try to do better, to try to make Minnesota better. Not only for my fellow Minnesotans, but I have an obligation to my children that are Minnesotans to make sure that they don't have to experience the things that some Minnesotans are experiencing right now. I don't want them to grow up fighting the same battles that Representative Thompson is talking about, the same battles that Martin Luther King had to fight, the same battles that Malcolm X had to fight. I don't want them to grow up fighting those same battles, the same battles my grandfather had to fight, who grew up in the Deep South and had to leave because he was almost killed because he was a black man. I don't want my kids to have to fight those same battles, not in the state of Minnesota. So I'll end with saying that I do think we missed this moment. Also, I think our governor stepped up to try as much as he could to meet part of the moment, but he can only go so far. But when we relinquish our ability to meet the moment and we leave it to the executive, what are we saying to the rest of the state? What are we saying to all Minnesotans? Are we saying that we're doing things because we care more about an election certificate, more about staying in power or maintaining power or obtaining power than we do about the lives of all of our fellow Minnesotans, than we do about the constitutional rights of all of our fellow Minnesotans? Is that what we're saying? I hope at some point, and I stay hopeful, because I think as a black man in this country with the history, you have to stay hopeful or you will go insane. So I stay hopeful that I am going to be able to tell my kids when they're older, and I'm telling these stories, that at some point, we all said we weren't doing it for the election certificate. We weren't doing it because we wanted to stay in power, but we were truly doing it because we cared about all Minnesotans, and we're going to start to take those steps to make sure we can come together and we can do everything that is needed, that we can control, to make sure that every single Minnesotan, no matter what you look like, no matter what zip code you come from, no matter what state you moved here from or what country you moved here from, you won't ever have to worry about being safe in this state. And if something does happen to you, whoever did it will be held accountable for that. That's my hope. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Frazier, I'm glad you did speak. And you suggested that maybe a lot has been said, but clearly you didn't get the memo here in the legislature. Everything may have been said, but everyone hasn't said it yet. So you probably should sit down and wait because it's coming. I really appreciate the debate today. And I am listening. And I appreciate hearing your experiences, particularly Representative Frazier and Representative Thompson and Representative Gomez. And certainly I've spent quite a bit of time with Representative Gomez, and I hope she would believe that I'm sincere in that. I think she would. And as I listen to the debate and the experiences, what comes to my mind is that there's a real push and pull here in what we're trying to do. And I understand and I hear you when you say that there's not enough reform, that we haven't gone far enough. And then over here, we're saying, you know, this summer, we made generational reform to law enforcement, sweeping reform to law enforcement. And some of that reform has been a problem, actually, for us. I know Leader Doubt had mentioned it, but as part of that reform, there were changes to the use of force policy that has left some of our communities less safe. And we've tried to make changes to that. We've tried to fix that to no avail. But I actually got an email from, I represent an area that has several police departments, and from one of my chiefs, I got an email that said recent changes to the deadly force statute have been passed into law with little or no opportunity to train officers and provide them the tools they need to understand and implement these new standards. We have been informed that based on the new changes in law, our partners in Wisconsin will no longer respond to our aid in the state of Minnesota due to the liability created by these changes. I represent a border community, and St. Croix Falls, directly across the river from Taylor's Falls, has a much larger department than what we have on the Minnesota side of the river. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal to know that those officers will not respond when we have needs in my community. It's a real problem. And all they were asking for, what my chief was asking for, was just a delay in the implementation. And not even all that significant, from March 1st to September 1st. So that, and to quote him, so that police departments across the state can develop and provide training on these changes. Provide this education to every sworn officer in the entire state, no matter how small. But with no implementation time at all, it's impossible. So there's that push and pull. There's push and pull, and I understand that there's frustration when we talk about crime in Minneapolis. I do. I understand the frustration. But I hope others understand that we feel a kinship to Minneapolis too. We love our cities also. We spend time there. I grew up not far from Minneapolis, and almost all of my weekends were spent in Uptown, and a lot of the places aren't there anymore, but where we used to go. But we love it. We love our cities also. And that push and pull happens when we hear, and I appreciate what you have all said, that there is nothing in this bill to defund police, and I appreciate that. But on the flip side, we hear city leaders in Minneapolis standing up at rallies with big signs that say, defund the police. And so again, there's that push and pull. We're on the other side of that. We see stories almost weekly about offenders with a long list of felonies who are involved in another shooting or a murder. And they're on the streets because of a stayed or reduced sentence. And we're saying that's not okay. That crime is happening by people who should not be on the streets to commit that crime. And Representative Johnson had an amendment to help with that, to shed some light on what is happening here, to bring some transparency to who these offenders are and why they're on the streets with the records that they have. We have some push and pull when we hear from County Attorney Freeman that they're not charging gun crimes because the penalty isn't high enough. And Representative Scott offers amendment, which again, she's offered as a bill a number of times and hasn't even been able to get a hearing on, to fix this. This isn't my county attorney in Chisago County. This is the Hennepin County attorney saying this. So again, there's this push and pull. But when we hear the statistics, and the statistics are important, when we hear that we're on pace for a record number of homicides, when there have been 192 rapes committed this year, understand that this is not about politics. This is about problems that we believe need a solution, and we understand that you also believe that they need a solution, and we have a push and pull to figure out where that balance is. But I think we believe, certainly I believe, that the answer does largely lie in making sure that law enforcement have the tools they need to do their jobs. You know, I was disappointed in the bill. There's one provision specific to violent crime, and it's the violent crime enforcement teams, which I'm glad that it's in the bill. But out of a whopping $2.6 billion public safety bill and a $52 billion state budget, we came up with $1 million. $1 million for the violent crime enforcement teams. I don't think that, I'm assuming, I guess I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that's actually a Democrat provision. And we came up with $1 million. That's it. We actually believe, we really do believe, that we want to solve the problem of crime. We want to get crime under control. But unfortunately, this bill is lacking. This bill is lacking. And I appreciate the suggestions that have been made, Representative Garofalo, and it seemed like there were others who were nodding in agreement that we should talk more. And I feel honored that Representative Demuth mentioned a lot of the work that she's been doing. And it's been a privilege to work with her on a lot of that, and to be a part of that, and to hear stories, and to meet with different groups and different people and hear their stories, and try to understand experiences that are different from my own. And certainly on the Homelessness Committee, Representative Gomez and I had lots of good conversations. And I think actually we are largely on the same page about goals and the problem and what we want to do and how to tackle that problem. Because, and I know Representative Thompson mentioned that, we agree. We want to tackle that issue. We might not always agree on exactly how it should be done, But actually, I think in many ways we're close. But it's frustrating to hear about a lack of investments. You know, you look at investments in education, and Minneapolis students get almost twice as much as students in my district. We hear all the time about Edina. But you know what? Minneapolis students have more per pupil than Edina students do. And money is not the problem in education. We hear all the time about teachers of color, and yet we're unwilling to look at policies like LIFO. Last in, first out. Do you know the 2020 Teacher of the Year? She was the Minnesota Teacher of the Year, a young woman, teacher of color. She's been laid off twice because of LIFO. You want teachers of color in the classroom? Change these policies. Take a hard look at these policies because they are directly taking teachers of color out of the classroom. Members, I understand and I appreciate the push and pull and the difference that we have, and probably from both sides. Some of the things that we do and some of the positions we take are a response to the position the other side is taking. And maybe that's good. Maybe that's the point of divided government. Maybe that's the point of having a bicameral government and a government with multiple parties and ideologies bringing ideas forward, because when we do that, that push and pull probably makes us better. And I hope that's what happens next time. I hope we can make this bill better because we need that. We need that. And we need to do those things that keep Minnesotans safe, that keep communities like mine safe. Because again, by ignoring the very minor changes that we need to make to the use of force statute, my community is less safe. And that's what we're looking for, safety for all of our communities. I recommend a no vote on this today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I get into sort of the heart I want to speak to today, I do think, because if I don't talk about this, nobody else will. One provision that hasn't been talked about today that is not in this bill is related to the authority of the Leech Lake law enforcement to enforce state law within tribal boundaries. The community where I grew up, where many of my family still live in rural Minnesota in the Leech Lake Nation, our tribal police officers keep everybody safe. Everybody who lives there, everybody who visits there. If you have gone fishing on Cass Lake, if you have visited any of the areas around Walker, then you have visited Leech Lake Nation. And for many years, our tribal cops have been the ones keeping people safe, yet our state law does not actually give them the authority to enforce state law, state criminal law. And none of us should be okay with that. The Senate GOP was adamant that that would not be in this bill, but I do hope that we as a body and in the Senate as well can move forward on that next year, because we should be allowing all licensed peace officers to keep our people safe and do their jobs. I want to thank our staff. We do this a lot with omnibus bills, but I cannot overstate the amount of work, the hours, the effort that was put in by both partisan and nonpartisan staff to get us to this bill today. Despite, a year of upheaval and working from home and bad internet connections and Zoom and 7 special sessions, their expertise and professionalism have truly been exemplary. So Team Judiciary, Rachel Ganani, Ellen McDaniel, Anna Borgerding, thank you. because you have done the work, and more than I'm sure you signed up for. And our nonpartisan staff, Ben Johnson, Jeff Diebel, John Walls, Mary Mullen, you all have families, and you gave so much time, and you didn't even get frustrated out loud to us when you had every right to be frustrated with us. So also in that spirit of gratitude, I want to speak to the funding of the office to address our missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, the leadership of Representative Heather Keeler, of Senator Mary Kunish, of our Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, and truly the advocates, the families, the victims, the survivors who have lost loved ones. Every Native woman I know has experienced violence, every single one. And to relive that trauma publicly for many years, to get us to this point where we finally have this office, where we finally listened to our community about what needed to happen, is going to be reality. And I can't express to you how much that means to these families to finally have that focus on getting answers and hopefully preventing some of these problems from happening. Additionally, at this moment, as every day we learn of more unmarked graves of Indigenous children, the focus has been on Canada in the last couple of weeks, and I understand that this idea, it isn't surprising to those of us who have had family members who experienced the boarding school era, both in our country and in Canada. But the reality is that as this really was attempted genocide, and it is being brought to life, literally the graves of thousands of children taken from their families. And this office will be needed more than ever, because we're going to need everything that we've got to address this problem as more of this comes to light. And with that, I want to continue to move forward with gratitude, because I wouldn't be here without my ancestors. In fact, if you followed the boarding school policies, had they worked, I would not even exist here today. Those genocidal boarding school policies, had they worked, I wouldn't be here. Our Lieutenant Governor wouldn't be here, and so many others wouldn't be here. But our people are resilient, and we're not going anywhere. But truly, I mean, I wouldn't be here as an Ojibwe woman chairing a committee, speaking on the House floor under this weird art that puts our people in the past, but for the failure of those genocidal boarding school policies. And so I'm going to hold both that gratitude to my ancestors and those who came before me to get me here, but also a promise to my kids and to future generations that what we have now isn't enough. We're going to keep making it better because we have to. Finally, this is a good bill. It's not a perfect bill, and we've heard the many ways it could be better. This work is really hard. And I think especially in our public safety and judiciary committees, that pain and that trauma is right up at the surface every single day with so many of the bills that we all work on. And I know many of us on both sides of the aisle are aware of that and sort of bring that time and attention to the work that we do. And we've heard a lot from our colleagues who've been brave enough to speak from the heart today. I know our team has poured everything we have into getting this bill where it is right now. It's the best bill that we could bring to our communities in spite of an intransigent GOP Senate. There have been sacrifices big and small, private and public, by so many to do this work, to move this forward, sometimes over the course of decades, to bring these issues before us for a vote today to actually effectuate change that is meaningful. And I know sometimes we can't help but question whether it's worth it, but I do know this bill will make the lives of Minnesotans better. And I'm proud of that, and you should be too. Please vote green, members. Chi-miigwech.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm encouraged by a lot of the conversation that I've been hearing going on tonight. Members, in thinking about what I wanted to talk about tonight the last couple days, there's a story that came to mind that I'd like to share with you. It's a story in the Bible, in the book of John. It's brief, but I think it really speaks to where my heart is on this. This is in John chapter 5. Sometime later, Jesus went up to Jerusalem for one of the Jewish festivals. Now there is in Jerusalem near the sheep gate a pool, which in Aramaic is called Bethesda, which is surrounded by 5 covered colonnades. Here a great number of disabled people used to lie: the blind, the lame, the paralyzed. One who was there had been an invalid for 38 years. When Jesus saw him lying there and learned that he had been in the condition for a long time, he asked him, "Do you want to get well?" "Sir," the invalid replied, "I have no one to help me to get into the pool when the water is stirred. While I'm trying to get in, someone else goes down ahead of me." Then Jesus said to him, "Get up, pick up your mat and walk." At once the man was cured. He picked up his mat and walked. The day on which this took place was the Sabbath. And so the Jewish leaders said to the man who had been healed, "It is the Sabbath. The law forbids you carry your mat." But he replied, "The man who made me well said to me, 'Pick up your mat and walk.'" So remember, my question to all of you, as I turn off my notes, my question to all of you is, in Minnesota, do we want to be made well? Back in April, I took a pretty big leap, maybe ill-advised, in voting for this bill, but I believe it was the right leap, and there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. In the process, I had quite a surprise. I've gotten to know a lot of good people. I got to know Commissioner Schnell with the Department of Corrections, who opened up and talked to me after I said what I said. His government relations person, Sophia Khan, who's an incredible person, who really thinks very open-mindedly. She's incredibly smart. She's well-thinking, and her passion is to do the right thing for Minnesotans. Maybe there's a hint that if my notes are if this is supposed to turn off, I'm just going to move from here. Can you get it going? I had my notes open for the last hour and a half, and they just turned off like that. So maybe that's a sign, either that I should shut up or I should just start talking for a long time. So members, what I do want to touch, and since I don't have my notes, you always miss people, but I want to mention some of the people that I met. Representative Frazier and I, we've become good friends. Representative Gomez and I, we've become good friends in the process. I can go down the list, and since I don't have my list, I'm going to forget all the names. But I do want to include, thank you. Okay, don't touch it yet. I even had a great conversation with, Governor Walz. He called me. It was actually kind of a funny story. He called and I saw Albert Lee on my phone, and I said, "I'm not talking to a telemarketer." And he left a message, and then I called him back and left a message, and I thought that was going to be it, but he wanted to talk to me. And we talked for about a half an hour, and he asked me to be at a press conference that was once again a very risky thing, because I knew that me going there would say certain things about me that other people thought. Whether true or not, that's what it was going to be. But I told Governor Walz, if I go there, don't set me up and make me look like a fool, and give me an opportunity to speak. And I respect the man because he gave me that opportunity, and when he opened the press conference, what he said told me that he listened to that half-hour conversation that we had. I do want to bring the notes back up if I can for a second, because there's an important thing. In the process of talking with these people, and there's other people that I got to know, Rachel Ganani, again, not an exhaustive list. I became friends with Valerie Castile. Probably a lot of people don't realize that. I consider her a friend of mine right now. We talk about every week, every couple weeks or something like that. I was involved in the negotiations, and Madam Speaker, I appreciate your willingness to, even when we got into working groups until the very end last week, you allowed me to come into the room. And members, it's something important to know that I think that the people on the other side would agree, so people on my side, okay? I did not leave my conservative moorings. They know that I disagreed with a lot that they were bringing forward. But I showed them respect, I listened, and in return, big surprise, folks, they showed me respect and they listened. What an amazing thing that we can learn in this room when we're willing to listen to other people. Now, as has been said by many people, Chair Becker-Finn, actually, you're one of the people that I wanted to add onto the list. I didn't think she and I had anything in common, okay? And I'm pretty sure that she didn't like me, okay? Yeah, now we're all nice in the room. But the point is we got to know each other, and I think that we built a very strong mutual respect out of that. But as she said, the final bill is maybe not everything that she wanted. It's certainly not what I wanted. And I think everyone can say that. But the question that I have for you members is, do we want Minnesota to be well? You know, back in April in my speech, I said this was a seminal moment, and we need to think things differently. I think public safety, while a lot of times I've been told in the past is somewhat of a nonpartisan, sort of an extra bill. Sometimes there's controversial things. Most of all, this last year or two, public safety has been on the front and center mind of everyone, and I said that then. I go back to the story that I had in the Bible of the man lying beside the pool. And for the rest of this story that people don't know, there's an angel that showed up. I don't remember if it was once a year. I looked to my friend, Chair Hornstein. He doesn't know either. But this angel, when it showed up, the first person that touched the pool after the angel touched it with his wings were healed. And so this man laid by the side for 38 years. And he waited for that moment. But he said, you know, every time I try, someone beats me to it. And so he has Jesus before him and says, do you want to be well? He doesn't respond to, yes, I want to be well. He says, well, I can't do it. There's no one that helps me get into the water. And Jesus said, get up and get well. And then guess what happens after he gets well? The leaders said, you are wrong to get well and pick up your mat because it's on the Sabbath. Now, I don't want to get into religion or anything like that with this, but I think there's a truth that can be told here tonight in this room. Do we want to be well? Do we want to do things differently? I know that there is some plan afoot to withhold votes, to force the Democrats to pass something that I'm told that there's people on our side of the aisle that want to support this. But the old way that we do this is we force the hand. We politicize this. Acrimony, talking points, getting before the media, saying that other side does this, we do that. And who loses in that? The people of Minnesota. To my friends on the Republican side, I know it looks like I've suddenly overnight become a Democrat. Much to their happiness, right? I can't say anything else other than no, I haven't. But what I have become is a person who's willing to listen. And if there's people on the other side that are willing to open up their eyes and say maybe Miller isn't such a creep because he's willing to listen, that's a lesson that we can learn here too. I strongly encourage that if you intend to vote for this bill, when we go to vote, vote for the bill. Listen to the people of your district, listen to the people of Minnesota. Don't just listen to leadership. And Representative Dowd, if you want a bill, he left, I don't think he's in the room. If he wants a bill to pass, then bring it before the people and say, this is an important bill for me and we're going to drive it through. Don't bring it in at the end and say, I have to vote no because that's not in there. Let's get real, folks. The people of Minnesota expect more from us. I expect more from me. I expect more from those around you. Again, thank you for all the people that were willing to risk talking with me and meeting with me. That meant a lot. Representative Mary Murphy, you're like one of my best friends here right now. This isn't going to be a long list, Speaker, I promise. But Representative Garofalo, who isn't in the room, I thought that was a great idea. Have dinner, have breakfast, get together. Let's talk with each other, because in the end, we're all real human beings, and it's amazing the similarities that we find and the ideas that we have that are not really that far from each other. Let's kill the acrimony. Let's figure these things out for people. If we have a public safety bill that the Senate is very likely going to support in a little while, and you want to support it, then stand up for the people of your district and vote for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, this year in public safety was at times fun, sometimes very contentious, but very awkward. Chair Mariani, I want to thank you for the work you did. We didn't agree often, but we have mutual respect for each other. And we found out that Zoom committee meetings are horrible. And I'm looking forward to getting back in person. Representative Becker-Finn, thank you for the judiciary part of it, and thank you for the phone calls we had with this, dealing with a couple of the minor issues, Representative Feist as well. We were able to get them worked out and get those provisions into the bill. I want to thank you for contacting me and getting it worked out and taking care of our concerns. Now, this bill, there was an agreement. And then again today, there was another agreement. And unfortunately, an important part was left out, which we'll talk about later. Now, the Public Safety Committee has been generally, as Representative Miller said, very nonpartisan. Everybody was interested in public safety. Public safety is very important to me. I spent my career in law enforcement trying to protect the public, along with Representative Grossel and Representative Novotny. For those freshmen who aren't aware, just like Eric Mattson, who was in here earlier today, that very easily could have been Representative Grossel, who was also shot in the line of duty. Fortunately, he wasn't as serious as Eric Mattson, so he could eventually continue his career. Now, in this bill, there's some very good provisions. I'm very glad that the Frankie bill dealing with the refineries and the firefighters is in here. I've had a good conversation over the last couple weeks with Senator Limmer, doing our best to get that in the bill. And we finally got it over the finish line today. Another one that we got over the finish line was Representative Petersburg bill dealing with Eric Mattson. Another important part of law enforcement is the dispatchers. Representative Igo had a bill that's in here to set up training standards for dispatchers who give the information to law enforcement officers, minimum requirements, to figure out the minimum requirements so they can get the proper information, to find out who to properly send to the calls. And the work Representative O'Neill started a few years ago that completely rewrote the criminal sexual conduct statutes. That working group did a fantastic job. For somebody who had to work those, try to figure out those statutes, it was well needed and very much needed to redo them to make them properly. Now, as I've said in the past, public safety is my passion. I want to make sure everybody law enforcement deals with, but everybody in this state is safe. Right now, it's not that way in Minneapolis. I don't know if you're aware, while we've been debating, actually on third reading on this bill, there's been 2 robberies by gunpoint and a woman shot. It appears that she's going to be okay. But that was just in Minneapolis in the last couple hours. We have a serious problem here. How we're going to deal with it, I don't know yet. It's going to take a lot of work, but demonization of law enforcement is not helping the issue. Law enforcement has always strived to build community relations. That's what we do in greater Minnesota. We make sure we have enough manpower. And in fact, in some departments, they require it, that the officer spends time talking to the people in the community. Unfortunately, Minneapolis Police Department, where all these issues seem to come from, and going back in history, it always seems to come out of Minneapolis. Back when I started my career in 1985, it was issues in Minneapolis. And it's always been issues in Minneapolis, nowhere else in the state to speak of. And that problem starts at the very top. The mayor and the city council and the administration. They need to stand behind their officers when they do right. And they understand discipline when they do wrong. But when they don't back them, they surround themselves with people who will support them, and that's amongst themselves. And that is a dangerous situation that we want to avoid. But the demonization is making it worse. Right now, just in openings, Minneapolis Police Department, out of their 800-plus man department, is 200 short. Actually, last I heard, it was a little over 200. And that's not counting the other 75-plus that are out on medical leave. So they're roughly 300 officers short. Well, Chief Arredondo requested 400 more officers 2 years ago. When you can't answer the emergency calls, how do you do the community relations? It doesn't work. In fact, 2 years ago, I met with one of the inspectors with another person who wanted to help, one of the pastors in the community, in Representative Gomez's district, after I was down there after the riots. He wanted to work with the police department and with the community, helping the people. The inspector informed him that, yep, I'll get you the information. We got a perfect group. I think that was a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. He's still waiting for that email when that group's going to meet and when they're going to do anything. The administration in Minneapolis Police Department has to step up and do what they're supposed to do. They're not. And there again, that comes from the city council and the mayor's office. They are responsible for the police department. I'm going to get off Minneapolis Police Department right now because we have some other issues we need to deal with. One of the things that's in this bill is there is money for the training fund, which is great, but there's two separate pots. Unfortunately, this legislative body has not helped the situation. We keep adding more and more requirements, more and more hours of required training for our officers. Some is good, some is needed. But when you add too much, right now, we're at a point where when an officer's, depending where he falls in his 3-year licensing cycle of 48 continued education credits, it's anywhere between 43 and 52 are required. When you have that many, we have to give up something. And the only thing that they can give up because of all the requirements is they're going from enough training in use of force to the minimum. And what's happening? We're having use of force issues because we're restricting that training by all the other training we're requiring. Use of force is important. The use of force continuum is important. And for those of you who don't know, the lowest level of force is officer presence. That's seeing that uniform. But the demonization of that profession, people don't have any respect for that uniform anymore. So our first level of force is gone, especially in the metro area. So it's an issue we got to work on, and how do we deal with that? It's called community relations, working with the community. But there again, Minneapolis PD is technically down about 700 officers of what they actually need. When you cannot answer all the emergency calls, you cannot do the community relations as well. Now, Representative Gomez, I do have to correct you on one thing in your speech. The state does not pay the Minneapolis Police Department salaries, it's the city of Minneapolis. So, but Representative Gomez, I also, after the riots, I went down, brought some supplies down to a church down there, toured the area. I did not take the legislative tour. What I did is I took and walked the streets by myself, just out of that area, just north of the damaged area. And those people that lived in there were mad. They weren't mad at the law enforcement officers. They were mad at the people that came into their community and burned it down. It wasn't the people that lived in their community. It was other people from elsewhere in the city of Minneapolis and the surrounding area, but it wasn't those people in that community. I want to do what I can help, but we had the issue where the governor refused to send the National Guard in time to save it. So we got to figure out what the governor's going to do. He's got that extra $500 million in the deal. Maybe he can use some of it to help Minneapolis. Now, Representative Thompson, I would love to take you up your offer and go to coffee. I've heard some good things about you from other people, but then again, I've heard some of your speeches. So I would like to sit down and talk with you. And just so you know, my office door is always open if you ever want to stop in. Now, I also want to talk about a couple other people. The crime in Minneapolis is out of control. As we heard, another person was shot tonight while we were here. We have 86% of women basically refuse to come to Minneapolis, from the suburbs, that is, and 80% across Minnesota basically refuse to come down. My wife won't let me go to Minneapolis anymore, although some days I think she wants me to. But we have something that we need to deal with, and that's making it safe, not just for the citizens of Minneapolis, but all across the state. And we got to make it sure that it's safe for the citizens that want to go to Minneapolis. Minneapolis is our hub. It's our center. But unfortunately, we now have organizations from across this country that are canceling their reservations for their conventions in Minnesota and moving to other states. We have some work to do. We need to get the crime under control. I also have to talk about two individuals, Tiffany and Nicholas. The crime that's happening in Minneapolis is affecting everywhere in the state. Now, Tiffany was at a party bouncing on a trampoline and was unfortunately hit with a stray bullet, and it ended up taking her life. Why am I talking about that? Because it affected me. A good friend of mine that grew up a mile and a half down the road from where I live, or where I grew up, her granddaughter is a sister of Tiffany. It affects their family, it affected me. And then we have Nicholas, a 17-year-old car nut. Nicholas was a special kid. The people I've talked to in my community that knew him couldn't say enough about him. This weekend, on Sunday, I got to meet, for the first time other than phone calls, got to meet his mother. Amber is really frustrated at the city of Minneapolis and this defund the police and reallocate the funds and redo the department. Why? Because her 17-year-old son, who came down to Minneapolis to watch car races, was struck by a stray bullet. and nobody knows who did it. They don't know who shot the firearm that killed Tiffany. And what really made Amber upset was on Friday, she found out that the Minneapolis Police Department has taken detectives off their case to work the road because they don't have enough manpower. Every day that a case is not worked on especially on a homicide, it makes it much more difficult to solve. And this was a difficult one to solve to begin with. For those of you at home that are listening, if you do know anything about any of the 41 homicides in Minneapolis, with over 20 of them involving children, please contact them, give their family closure. It's that important. I had a nice conversation with Amber. And I've also had a nice conversation on Facebook with Debbie, the grandmother of Tiffany's sister. It devastates their families and their lives, and they're struggling through it. And we still pray for them every day. Overall, what's in this bill isn't bad. But what's missing, one thing that's really missing is really important. And that's that delay of the implementation of the use of force statutes. How important is that? Representative New talked about her district between St. Croix Falls and Taylor's Falls. I'm going to tell you something that I happened to witness just 2 years ago. My wife and I were going over to Taylor's Falls to a restaurant for a nice evening dinner. It was going to be the drive-in. I don't know if you know the one with that big root beer stand out or mug up on top the tower. We were going to go there just to have some fun because it's pretty good food there. But place was jam-packed, so we couldn't get in. So we decided to go across the bridge and go to a Mexican restaurant that she likes. Now, as I get to the stoplight at 95 and Highway 8, here comes a St. Croix Falls squad car, and he was flying. Turned the corner and went right up 95, and I didn't see where he went because the light turned and I went to where I was. We were going to go to eat. And I'm so thankful that St. Croix Falls officer came over to Minnesota. Because what happened is at that restaurant where I was going to stop at, a lady in a car hit the gas instead of the brake, went over the barricades, the mini golf course, and landed on top of a young child. That St. Croix officer was the first one there and did the necessary things to save that child. Without that mutual aid agreement, because Taylor's Falls Police Department is not a 24-hour police department. It's a small department. It would have taken another 10 to 15 minutes for the Chisago County Sheriff or the Lakes Police Department to get there. And that could have been the difference of life and death. But because of that mutual aid agreement, I believe down in my heart it saved that child's life. So without that extension in this bill, and without being able for these surrounding states to back up our communities, not just Taylor's Falls, but it involves Duluth, Moorhead. Moorhead has the same issue in Representative Marquardt's district. Because that's not in there, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And we've heard some terrific comments here today. from all corners of this room. And so, Madam Speaker, maybe we should just put it to the body to see whether I should just say vote for the bill, and then what do you think they'll do? So, members, thank you for the discussion today. We did all right. We did all right here today. My great-grandmother, I had only once or twice a chance to meet her. I was awfully young. She grew up in the hills of Puerto Rico, and to this day, certain members of our family will often quote her. And one of her sayings was, Dios aprieta, pero nunca ahoga. God squeezes, but never chokes you. And today, I thought of her as we were sharing with one another, because there's a lot of squeezing going on here in terms of a lot of truths that people are sharing that we don't often want to hear. But it never felt to me like we were trying to choke each other. Okay, close a few times, And when I think of public safety, I've always said that public safety ought to be the thing that unites us. And I just think I get a horrified picture when we have public safety be the thing that divides us. It's just unfathomable to me. And so I think we need to be careful. And so we certainly should be squeezing, but never choking. So Representative Keogh and Representative Demuth, I heard you today. Hermana Gomez, Brother Thompson, Sister Vang, I heard you today. And it doesn't mean we're all going to agree. I don't think we're going to get 134 votes here. I'll take it. But I think what we did here now is critically important, because I do think it's important that we find a way, make a way that public safety unites us and doesn't divide us. I do want to, I better do this before I forget, because I will forget. I do want to express my appreciation not only to all of you, but very specifically to several colleagues that have been working on this legislation this year, and quite frankly, years before. All the committee members on our committees. I won't name everyone, but I will call out our Vice Chair on Public Safety, Vice Chair Frazier, Chair Becker-Finn, and Vice Chair Mueller on Judiciary. Our Republican lead, Representative Johnson, who chaired this committee before me, and I won't name names in the other body, but we do have one painful experience in common in trying to negotiate with one individual chair over in the other body. Our Republican minority conferee, Representative Miller. And I also want to acknowledge my young protege and good young man, Jamal Lundy. John Holquist, I have a lot of respect for you. I know you're here somewhere, man. You and I have been in this body together for a long time. Ellen McDaniel, your counterpart in DFL research. Ellen, you've been a real gift to this legislature. You really have. And I so appreciate your work and that of your colleague, Rachel Ganani, as well. Caitlin Ogunfolami, who's not here today, my LA. And then our House partisan staff, because, come on, without them, the rest of us are, we'd be floundering around forever. Jeff Diebel, Ben Johnson, and John Walls. I want to thank all the dozens of community activists and citizens who have engaged with us. It's a quite eclectic group of people that range from the Council on American Islamic Relations to the Center for American Progress, a Koch brothers founded entity, to NAMI, to MINCASA, to the ACLU, to Minnesota Justice Center, so many others. And to our law enforcement representatives. I don't think I've spent this much time with cops. Well, maybe in Chicago when I was growing up, but that's a whole nother story. But lots of good interactions and not a whole lot of always agreeing, but actually finding a lot of common space. To the survivors of crimes, particularly the survivors of sexual assault, I think it was Chair Becker-Finn who shared, you serve on these two committees and bring a lot of Kleenex and bring a lot of grace to the table. Some of the most sometimes horrific, certainly always humbling and painful stories you will ever hear in the Minnesota legislature, you're going to hear on these committees. And it's so important that we hear them. So to all the families, our white, black, Asian, indigenous families who lost loved ones, sometimes to excessive use of force by our law enforcement, sometimes to disregard and negligence on the part of our county jailers, those are true stories. This is about problems. It is about problem solving. And as I said earlier, there's three elements to that, and one of them is the element, I believe it. One of them is the element of supporting our conventional law enforcement communities. So if you want to support law enforcement, you want to support first responders, you ought to vote for this bill. It funds that community. It funds law enforcement operations. And it's more than $1 million, like way more. It funds law enforcement equipment, training. It expects good accountability for them. Because accountability is also for the person you're holding accountable. It's good for any profession to be held to high standards of accountability. We're not quite there yet with this bill, but there is movement in that direction, and I do believe that there is a belief on both sides of the aisle for that, and it's our job to find a way in which we can do that, where we meet our values and we do it respectfully of folks in that profession. We've talked a lot about law enforcement, of course, that's absolutely appropriate, but I do want to remind folks, there's a reason why this is a big bill. There's a reason why there's literally billions of dollars that are being appropriated in this bill. And, I'm not going to do justice here, but, just a short list here. Equipping the BCA with body cameras, building out our cybersecurity systems in order to be FBI compliance, rapid DNA testing, yes, law enforcement salary increases, drug driving lab testing, firefighter training grants, survivor support grants, juvenile justice unit creation, community intervention grants, youth intervention, Minnesota Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Office, as I said earlier, to create a powerful way for us to end the literally centuries-old harm and damage directed at these communities, particularly women in these communities and those who are transgender. Combating sex trafficking, we didn't talk a lot about that, but there are really good investments and the creation of of much more powerful coordination to end this scourge that really does exist in our state and is so incredibly harmful. Addressing the African American women in the same way with our indigenous women for high rates of disappearances, being murdered, also a centuries-old issue in our society. I mean, we were founded with slavery at the core of our nation. The hometown heroes, Representative Joaquin, wherever you are, right on for you. Stepping up big for these critical responders, most of whom are volunteers in these small towns all over the state, many of our suburban even communities, and yet they face some of the highest rates of certain illnesses related to their work. Cancer makes sense, right? Cardiological issues with the incredible stress, suicide, mental health issues. This is just like monumental for us to walk with our firefighters in this powerful way to provide real support when they hit those tragic moments in their lives caused by the compilation of their hometown, or rather their work hazards. Yes, advancing the violent crime enforcement teams, the ignition interlock. I mean, the list is, it'll go on and on. You've heard so much more. Representative Long talked about some of the juvenile justice reform work. And yes, we made a run at police accountability issues and measures. And there are important ones, particularly with the amendment that we added here together on the floor. It's not enough. It's not sufficient. We need a maturer accountability system, a much more transparent one. We took big steps last summer together, and this isn't a one and done. And preferably, we're going to be able to do that together. Preferably, we're going to be able to do that with both community and law enforcement always at the table, because it's not about doing onto, it's about doing with, for the sake of all Minnesota. So, let me just, I'll close. I just want to call out the names of the men that we lost over the last few years. They've been mentioned here already. Duante Wright, George Floyd, and Philando Castile. Some of you know my daughter went to school with Philando. They were both Central High students. He was a couple years ahead of her, but they were in the same social circles. My daughter still has a picture of Philando and her then best friend, who he accompanied to the Sadie Hawkins dance. It's a beautiful picture of these young people. Our people deserve way better than what these three men faced. And their experiences, their tragic, horrific endings, for us as legislators, it's about calling us to look at it, to see it, and to let it enter our hearts and our minds so we can do our work. Our work is always about making our governmental systems better. That doesn't mean that they're bad, although sometimes there are a lot of bad things. It's about making things better. And these three men, I like to think, served lots of purposes: loving their families, being loved, being part of communities, and tragically, but importantly, informing us. And if we don't see it, if we don't respond to that, we shouldn't be here. That's dereliction of our duty. So, members, it's been a long journey to get this bill to this place. I talked about the three pieces that we need to consistently use as a powerful frame: fund our law enforcement mechanisms in our communities, fund our community interventions and preventions, particularly those where community members themselves are stepping up and stepping in and being present to stop these cycles of violence. Yes, it is true that we've got crime issues right now that we didn't see a year ago. We go through these cycles. It ain't just happening in Minneapolis. It's happening in other parts of our state. We know because we spent some time in committee talking to folks from other parts of the state. It ain't just happening in Minnesota. It's happening all across the nation. And the social science and our experience as human beings and common sense tells us, informs us, that in order to address that, we've got to do several things at the same time, and they should be coordinated with one another. That's the frame that we used in the Minnesota House as we led the other body. Invest in your law enforcement. Make sure that professional class is held to the highest levels of quality accountability, and invest in your communities to be a critical part of intervening and of prevention. We didn't get that, in my opinion, totally correct in this bill, but there are important critical elements of each of those here. And that's a good thing. And we will be back. I hope we're all back. But this work isn't overnight work. You know, these issues and these challenges don't pop up overnight. Our systems are sophisticated. You don't move systems overnight. You take important steps, and this bill allows us to take an important step. And hopefully, it's an important step that we're taking together tonight. So thank you for the privilege of being in this space again with you all. Thank you for the privilege of being able to hear and challenge one another and to do our duty, our super important duty, to do everything we can to keep Minnesota safe and to bring us together around public safety. I urge your support for this bill.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the name of the members who have not voted yet?
What's he doing?
If you anticipate a lot of changes, we can open the floor. Oh, we can't. I can read the name. I have a chart.
Yeah, but you got to do it in alphabetical order. Coming now.
Do I need to?
I'll call them off the board. I got it. You got it? Okay. Just got to be in alphabetical order, otherwise people will be like, what? You know how they're trained.
Dameth. Dameth. Frankie. Frankie. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Kosnick. Kosnick. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Novotny. Novotny, no. O'Driscoll. O'Driscoll. Petersburg.
Petersburg, no.
Petersburg, no. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no. Scott. Scott.
Yes, I've called everybody.
Frankie, aye.
Have all members voted who wish to vote?
Kosnick, aye. Dameth, aye.
Petersburg changes from no to aye.
Petersburg changes from no to aye.
O'Driscoll votes aye.
O'Driscoll votes aye. Bennett changes from no to aye. Scott, no. Jurgen changes from no to aye. You got him? Scott is no. She said no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. As amended. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, the Rules Committee will meet immediately upon recess, and DFL members will caucus downstairs.
Representative Doubt. Go ahead and ask him in the microphone so everyone can hear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you repeat that, Representative Winkler? I apologize.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I said that the Rules Committee will meet immediately upon recess, and DFL members will caucus downstairs. And I move a recess to the call of the chair.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republican members will caucus in our caucus room as well. Thank you.
Representative Winkler moves a recess to the call of the chair. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands in recess.